whenever like they were ready to depart, the ship was ready to keep on going to your voyage to redemption, he would come and find you and let you know. And it is assumed you have had a lot of like free time to pursue your own endeavors in the city if you wanted, such as buying or selling items.
Yes, I'll step in on that.
Okay.
Are we streaming?
Yes, we are. We should be.
Oh, it's not active for me. I don't think. Oh, now it is. I think.
Yeah, I
know I
don't.
brought it up when it was on the idle page, but not sure if that's the delay or what.
Oh, now it is. Yeah, here we go. Yeah.
I know I brought it up when it was idle.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I think there's some problem with my internet and the stream is all uppy. So I don't know about that. But
Yeah, here it's back.
Yeah, I could probably use some selling and buying, since half of my equipment is now redundant.
Okay. So, in this time that you guys are in the city of in Wildhaven itself, you guys can go and sell things if there is things you would like to sell.
I has a list of transactions I would like to make at a shopkeeper's.
All right. So
I want to
to not delay too much all of the the whole thing. I will not go through every one of you and through each and every single transaction you guys do. I believe all of you have access to both D&D Beyond or the Player's Handbook, where you can see the price of things and you can sell those things or buy those things.
Are we buying and selling at full price, or?
Well, I was thinking, yeah, didn't you say you were making healing potions a bit cheaper for this campaign? Can't remember.
No, I never said that. Healing potions are still at their full price of 50 gold pieces.
Oh, fuck that.
But all 5 of you combined should have enough money to buy some if you would like.
Get much for...
When we sell items, do we get them at a fraction of their actual value, the full price? What?
Yeah, you sell items at half value.
Okay.
So all the things you have, you will be selling them at half, but you will be buying them at full price. Is there anything specific that you guys would like to ask or inquire about?
I need to see if there's somebody in town that works with medicine or rare animals, and see about getting rid of the eggs.
So, Ujuk, here in the city of Wildhaven, there are trading post of sorts to many places in the region, like Redemption itself, a little bit further up to the north, the city of Vora to the going east back into the mainland, but not quite that way, and then going further down south with the former Mythosian colonies, Kyrian colonies that are now their own country of Trinandoin. So as a trading post, it has quite a lot of different stuff going on. So it depends on what you are seeking. Also, I did not realize this music was this agitated. So for the eggs, you want to sell them, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, if the person in question is willing to buy them for a small amount, I would understand that. But if not, I would just give them to the person so they can research, like how to stop the spread of it? Because I assume the eggs are still containing the goblin rabies.
Alright, so you spent like about-ish a week or more here in Wildhaven, during which time I assume you would have had investigated this whole thing a little bit. So make an investigation check, Oju.
Can I assist him with that because I've also acquired some egginess?
Sure. You can make your own
I'm
investigation.
gonna hand over the vials of blood and extra bits that we collected for the same purpose and let them deal with it.
Okay.
Okay. Advantage on a +0 roll for investigation. Yes, Doug?
You're not doing
I mean,
it.
I've got a plus.
You're not doing
I
it.
think he
at
wants
the-
us to do it individually.
Yeah, each one do your own.
That's fine. I have +6, but that's fine. I rolled 3. Yay!
Off to a good start, aren't we?
Excellent start.
So it is good that you guys spend as much time in this city as you do, because it takes time to find someone who is remotely interested in it. Because you start talking, the pitch that you give isn't like, oh, I found this rare egg somewhere, and whenever people ask you about like where did you find it, what's so special about it, and you bring up the whole goblin rabies and such, people seem less inclined to get them. And it isn't until another ship docks in the city of Wildhaven, the Green Serpent, that you do find an apothecary who is willing to buy things from you. Apparently some sort of traveling merchant. Who isn't super aware of the whole problem that these creatures have caused in the past, and they're willing to buy it off of you. How many eggs do you have again?
I happen to have 3. I don't know how many Cobalt grabbed.
I took 1.
I didn't pick any.
So I guess that's 3, unless Cobalt wants to get rid of his 1.
Nah. I was hoping more to get information on the stuff, but yeah.
So this traveling merchant is gone?
Well, maybe before selling them, is there somebody in the city that could actually take a look or identify what they...
That's what we were hoping for. Someone that could use them in this continent to try to deal with the rabies and the insurgence of infected Umber Hulks, was it?
Unkegs.
Okay. But
Okay.
this investigation was both to find someone willing to buy those things and also someone willing to use them in research. You didn't find any in the city because, well, most people here are very concerned with the fact that this just caused a massive outbreak of a disease up in the small goblin village further up north, and people are not super quite into it. But this guy that just came in, this apothecary from the ship that recently docked in Wildhaven, he doesn't seem to have much a care in the world for whatever just happened to these poor people there, and he is willing to buy these eggs of a view to research and study them. What's his face? Ifais, it looks odd for an apothecary because he dresses kind of formally. He has like the whole apothecary garb onto him, but whenever you guys start like showing him the eggs and such, he rolls up his sleeves and you can see that his arms are completely full of tattoos, and he puts on gloves, grabs and holds the eggs to see them. These are quite odd. I will gladly study these and take them off of you. Tell you what, I don't carry that much money with me when I travel. Safety reasons, you assume. But I'll be in Redemption. I'll trade you my services whenever you make your way there. If you have need of anything, you can just seek me out. However, for right now, I'm willing to pay a gold piece for each.
Alright, that sounds like a fine deal.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I agree.
Delegating my research is an excellent plan, especially if I get paid for it.
And yeah, Ravrov, this guy has nothing to do with the whole city of Wildhaven, and he's just looking to research things because he's an apothecary and he's into researching things. Which might not be super immediate, but you have been around Wildhaven for a while and you know that this city, this place, doesn't have the necessary resources to go full on researching anything. Wildhaven is a small trading post. They don't have the equipment to deal with this. But anyway,
What did you say the apothecary's name was again?
Ephias.
Ephias.
So he tells you to find him in Redemption, and he'll happily trade in something once his research has gone underway and he discovered a little bit more of what he can do with these with these eggs. But for right now, he just paid 1 gold piece for each egg you guys have. So I'm assuming you guys are selling all of them, right?
All
Yes.
4 beautiful bouncing baby onk eggs.
Alright.
Yeah, how cute.
I already pocketed my 3 coins, if that's not a complaint.
Alright. Just make sure that you don't double it. So,
Well, I put in 1, he put in 3. Makes sense.
So, is there anything else you guys want to sell or buy while in town?
I was thinking of getting a shield.
A shield, cool. Let me find that now. So, this region here, you have seen a lot of fighters around, especially all of those goblins you just recently aided, and sorry, they have a lot of equipment to sell. The shields that they sell are kinda shoddy. They're not amazing craftsmanship wise. It is perfectly usable, it just isn't pretty to look at.
Oh, damn it. Oh well, still better than nothing.
Yeah. So all of this, most of the people who are selling these shoddy shields, the goblins, they remember all of you guys from all the help you gave them, their village, just a few, however many days ago, and he's willing to sell you this shield for only 6 gold pieces.
Well, that's the deal for me.
Which is quite a discount.
So yeah, definitely taking it.
All right. So, Hauser, you get the shield off of this guy who offered it to you. It looks a little bit weird. It's definitely like it's not super smooth in the edges. Some planks of wood and are intertwined with metal sheets here and there, but they don't quite align very well. Aesthetically, it looks horrible. But as you hold it in your hand, you can feel that it's very solid, kind of hefty and heavy, and definitely works perfectly as a shield.
Well, I guess goblin craftsmanship is an acquired taste.
It is indeed. So you get this shield and you kind of strap it to your hand, and uh, it takes a little bit of getting used to the feeling of having a shield strapped to your arm that you're kind of holding on and using as part of your fighting style. And as you should know, you cannot use two-handed weapons while you are holding up a shield.
Yeah, I was thinking of keeping it as a backup piece of equipment in case I need more protection. But I'm gonna keep using the great axe for.
All right. Yes, it is indeed good to have in case you ever need, because it's a valuable bonus to your armor class. But it's new for you. It's something you will need to learn to get used to. But now at least you have a shield, so that's good. So aside from that, you get yourself a shield for quite a discount. Is there anything else anyone else is doing?
Oh, I'm fine.
Still figuring the reduction in the gold for the items I'll have bought. I switched out Maul for a light hammer. Bought some oil flasks, refilled a couple oil flasks. I think I can get those refilled for half price, Doug?
Bottles of what? Oil.
Empty oil flasks, getting them refilled.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
bought
I'm
a
just-
thing of ball bearings. I think that's it.
I don't remember you having used the ball bearing.
No, but I figure I should buy them.
Oh, okay.
Can I craft a potion of healing? I have an herbalism kit, and it costs half the amount plus the time.
Sure, yeah.
Right.
You can cast a potion per day. It costs 25 gold pieces to do so. And you have been here for long enough time that you can go and do them.
Okay.
Hey Leo, mute your microphone when you're not talking. So how many potions are you trying to do?
I'm just gonna do one for now.
Okay. So you go...
Unless if other people want to pay for me to make them as well, then we could. It's basically just half priced healing potions.
Yeah, I take one. How much do I need to give you?
25.
25.
Oh well, then I can't actually reach it. Well, next time.
Yeah, I'm busy selling off all the stuff I got as part of the base equipment. So I got rid of leather armor, short sword, heavy crossbow, and then I've got alchemist supplies.
Actually, Nitria, because this money you are spending to make the potion comes from supplies you're getting around this place, and all of the goblins are very thankful for all the help you gave them. They are giving you a hefty discount on most of those supplies you need, so instead of costing 25, they'll cost only 20 gold pieces.
Okay, I think I'll make 2 then.
Alright.
And if even still, if anyone wants to pay for their own or take this one extra, because I only need to carry the one. Then any grabbers?
I guess Helser could have it since he called first.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we'll give him one, and then if anyone else wants to pay to make more, then we can do that. No? Okay.
Alright, so you go ahead and make
Okay.
your 2 potions, is it?
Yeah.
Alright. So now you have them.
Okay, I got mine.
Okay. So, sometime later, all of you managed to tend to your own endeavors during the week-ish you have been around Wildhaven. I imagine. And
Yep.
if nobody else has any other business, at the end of the week, well, at the end of a week, Captain Crimson, he will approach all of you, and you kinda are taken aback by the sheer number of goblins that are following him right behind him. Some of which you do recognize from the village that you helped save just a while ago. You do see some 8 other. My God, the amount of traffic there's going on. Some 8 other tiny goblins following right behind him, and well, tiny relatively to some of you. They're about your height, Zach.
Yeah, I was about to say.
So, yeah, they're normal-sized goblins, but to most of you who are very tall, they look very minute.
Only 8, that's not so troubling.
Yeah. So the captain, he comes to all of you, approached, of course, by Vishkil, his partner, and all 10 of them finally get to the ship. They hail you and some other members of the crew that have been in the Hissing Banjo Tavern and have been for quite a while, including Mars. So he gathers everyone. Alright, we have enjoyed our time in the land for quite a while. I believe everyone is ready to go back to the sea, aren't we? And people nod enthusiastically. You get the sense that most of these goblinoids that are coming along, all of them are carrying like bags of possessions and gears and such that they're gonna be taking with them, and you get the sense that they are going to sail with you towards redemption, but they have never traveled in the ocean before. They never left land as far as they are concerned. So, first and foremost, I would like to apologize to all of you for this unfortunate delay. I assume at this time the stories have reached you of how a grave disease spread upon our village, and we would not be standing here. The whole village would be lost. Our lives would be lost, myself included, if it wasn't for these brave passengers. It could be a little bit of a stretch to some of you, but to me, they are heroes. And he points to all 5 of you who, after the previous expedition, quote unquote, have kind of started to walk alongside one another. These one adventure guys went on was enough for you to create a rapport enough that you keep together when you're in Wildhaven and surrounding areas. So so we're gonna be finally departing to Redemption. We should have done that a few days ago, but well, I was recovering. Some people of my village was also recovering. We were making sure securities were in place to ensure that this problem doesn't happen again and that the war commerce doesn't stop. So that is why we have delayed this journey a few days. But don't worry, we're back to it right now. So, if all of you have concluded your business here on land, it's time we sail. Come on, Mars, let's help all of these people on board. These are some compatriots from my village that they'll be enjoying their first sea voyage, get their sea legs a little bit and learn what life is like in the confines of the cabins. And at this moment, some members of the crew that have been with you for this voyage, they kind of laugh at the mention, but the joke is completely lost on the goblins. And you, all 5 of you, also remember that the ship is not too spacious. It's very cramped, more often than not. But you're thankful that this is the last leg of your journey, and it will not take too long for you to reach the final city, the final destination. So, all of you board the ship. The ship that has a name that I wrote down somewhere, but I forgot.
The Flaming Dragon or something along that lines.
Exactly, the Flaming Dragon is the name of the ship. So all of you...
and if it wasn't, it is now.
Right?
I have a question for DM.
Sure.
Am I bunking with Mars during this leg of the trip?
Oh, you. Oh, Juk.
Am I?
Why not? Make a persuasion check. Holy shit.
Nice.
Well then.
I mean, sure, why not? You you board the you board the Flaming Dragon. Everyone comes in, and quickly enough the ship gets crowded. It's not bringing as many crates back and forth as you did in your last voyage. You imagine that since this is a much shorter trip, there's not the need for too much stuff being brought or taken, transported, and as a whole, there's a whole lot more space in the ship itself for travelers such as yourselves. So the ship departs, and they tell you that it's gonna be a few days journey, about some 3 or 4 days until you get over there. So during the first day that you're traveling, having left the city of Wildhaven, somewhat early-ish in the morning, Ojuk and Mars have absconded, apparently together. And Ojuk, after a very long morning of getting lucky, and you are absolutely sure that there is not a soul in the ship that is not aware of what just transpired in these quarters, you, in fact, have been loud enough, and, well, the two of you have been loud enough that you know that you will be getting a lot of stares during your time in the ship. But regardless, after a after the two of you have had have been intimate for quite a long time, you lay in bed together, at which point Mars just turns to you and starts talking, because you know, some after sex conversation is the best kind of conversation sometimes. So can you guys hear me? Hello?
Oh no.
Hello?
How
I don't
odd.
think he can hear us.
Whoop.
Hello? Can I be heard now?
Oh, yes, here.
Yes?
Okay, alright. I'm back. My internet wasn't, but I'm back.
We were able to hear you the entire time. You just weren't able to hear us.
Oh.
The internet's trying to censor you, Doug.
Too hot for the internet.
Oh shit.
Well, it sounds more like the internet's trying to censor us.
Indeed. So, I don't know what happened. Discord is being weird. But anyway, the Mars, it just turns to you, Ojuk. You see, you get the sense that he's very thoughtful after the two of you are relaxing together. And he just turns to you. Well, this was very good, but I worry. This time you have been at land, and the captain was sick. I'm his second in command. If anything were to happen to him, I would be the new captain of the ship.
Wouldn't be that bad. You seem to be a fine man for the job. Fine man in general.
I agree with you. I think I would make a very fine captain myself. And I wonder if I could still be. Now come here. And then he just hugs you and pulls you back on top of him, and for quite a few more hours, noises fill the ship. So, as all of you guys, sans Ojuk, are in there isn't necessarily a mess hall, so to speak, but there is a pretty spacious portion of the ship in which all of you guys are getting together and having a meal. Everyone is together, and every once in a while you hear loud knocks on the wood, a few on the upper deck, and every once in a while people look in the captain's general direction, and he just seems to be ignoring. He seems to be doing a very good job of ignoring all the noises and all the stares, until eventually people bring up soup for everyone. The cook, one of the goblins that had introduced themselves when you guys came into the ship, Flanks, he makes food for everyone and starts serving small bowls of soup, and you imagine that this is probably the last time in this voyage that you will be actually getting good soup with fresh ingredients. So all of you serve an extra large portion and start gouging yourselves in this delicious soup. And is there anything you guys would like to discuss amongst yourselves as you're traveling northwards?
I guess not.
All right. So, as all of you guys are there chatting idly amongst yourselves, whatever it is you guys would like to talk amongst yourselves, suddenly out of nowhere, you just hear a very, very loud commotion breaking out when the captain suddenly stands up and starts spitting. He stands up, starts spitting, throwing his bowl of soup all over the place, and grunting, and starts hacking and coughing. He's not looking very good.
Oh no.
Would I be in the mess hall at this time eating with everyone?
Nope, you will not.
Okay.
So, who all sees this?
Everyone in the mess hall, everyone stops eating their soups as they look at the captain, who is coughing and spitting all of his soup, hacking violently.
That's not good.
I want to go over there and see if I can't assist in some way, or
All right. So,
Nitria will walk over and be like, choking?
so when the two of you, Nitria and Reverov, you approach, you do see that the captain is indeed choking. His face is taking a weird coloration. It's taking shades of purple here and there. His neck seems to be taking some shades of green, weirdly enough, and seems to be bloating a little bit, and he seems to be quickly choking on something. And all of the goblins, they kind of just stand aside and watch this whole scene happen. Nobody lifts a hand, and some of them just shoot a glance at the cook, who just stands and stares and does nothing.
is his neck
maneuver been
bloating, or is it something like where we should do the Heimlich?
You get the sense that it's the latter.
Well, I think Nitria, in a panic, would try and do a half-assed version of the Heimlich, and she's going to try and elbow up into the abdomen.
Oh boy. Nitria, make a medicine check.
Not her strong suit.
I hope yours is better than mine.
Oh,
No, it's not.
nope.
Oh,
But
that.
it wasn't a natural one, so that could have been
Y'all are gonna
worse.
kill him, and I'm not even there. Oh my word!
I was gonna
God.
I was gonna say to make it with disadvantage, but I see that you don't need it. So Nitria, as you approach and try to elbow him on the abdomen to get him to cough whatever it is that he is expelling, your intention of helping doesn't seem to come forth very clearly, and he gets the sense that, well, he gets the wrong sense overall, and he just feels this pain of you elbowing him on the abdomen, and he just wildly flails on you, hitting you in the face, causing you 2 points of damage.
I'm going to get behind him and try to force that out.
Sure, make a medicine check as well. Oh, there you go.
Well then.
So this time around, Nitria, as you're being backhanded in the face and trying your best to block any of his incoming flails, as he is apparently very concerned with what are you trying to do. Reverov, you come from behind, you grab him and pull and tug and try to squeeze him to the point where he finally coughs a black glob of mass that apparently was food just a while ago, and he gets spat across the room. And whenever one looks at it, it doesn't look much natural. It looks like some. It looks like remains of food mixed with some sort of chemical compound because of its coloration and its very distinctive shape compared to all the food you guys were eating just previously. So the captain, after you help him not choke, he starts coughing and look around and says, who did this? Which one of you did this to me? And none of the goblins say or do anything. They just stand a healthy distance away and just stare at him.
I guess some of us should actually look what is spat out.
Yeah, Nitria's would probably, back up a little bit. He's probably stopped hitting her at this point, but yeah, she's gonna try and look at the thing that was spit out.
Alright, so...
Zach at this point would also have a look-see, I think.
Alright, so the three of you... Only Zach has proficiency in alchemical supplies, right?
No, Nitria does too.
Okay, so the two of you can make a nature check, and Hauser, if you want to look as well, you can make one at disadvantage.
Sure, I'll take a look.
Alright.
So we're making a nature check even though we have a proficiency. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
So
fine.
I want to try and calm him down and get him back to Vishkil while people are doing this.
Okay. So... Ravrov, you'll start trying to calm him down, and he just... You see, he quickly take one hand to his waist, where he grabs one of his weapons, and he keeps holding at his neck with another hand, still coughing a little bit, and his voice very hoarse from all the coughing and hacking that he was doing. And he just looks at everyone, and you get the sense from the look at his face that he's not about to trust anyone. However, he looks at you, and as soon as he sees that it's you who is there, he seems to nod and follow you along as you take him upstairs towards the captain quarters, where Vishku is waiting. Meanwhile, the three of you, Nitria, Hauser, and Zach, looking at this thing that he spat out, it looks very odd. It does look like some sort of alchemical compound has been added to his food, and seems to have done some sort of had some reaction when he was eating it up, and it was causing him to choke. And all of you notice this, and then look back to his bowl of soup that he had that he had flung around the room, and it lies on a puddle in the far corner of the room. And you ponder for a moment about the implications.
I guess somebody should actually check on the cook.
Would you like to do that?
Yeah, we should definitely see how this bowl was hacked in.
Okay, so Hauser, you go towards the cook. Is that so?
Nitria will follow him.
Okay. So Hauser and Nitria, the two of you go towards the cook. It was a goblin who has part of the cook attire. He's not looking like a chef per se, but he looks like a ship cook, a quartermaster, if you will. And he just kind of keeps his arms crossed and looks up at the both of you and says, "Okay, so the captain is doing much better now. Good job, I suppose."
He got lucky, but well, something horrible could have happened to him. There was something weird in his body.
Well, I suppose it did. Could have had something weird on his food, but if that was the case, I imagine everyone else would have been coughing and hacking as well.
Yeah, it seems very peculiar than the captain, and only the captain got this strange thing. I actually show him what the captain's.
So you just expand your hand to show the glob that you pick up from the floor, and the chef, the cook, take a couple steps back in repulsion. The people were saying that the captain was sick with some sort of disease that he caught in the village. Isn't that so?
Yeah.
Well,
and it was cured.
But was it really though?
what happened in the village has nothing to do with the food.
Well, I'm not an expert in these higher-ups matters, but I can assure you that my food is perfectly fine, and you should be looking at the captain. Maybe he's not as cured as he claims to be.
Well, perfectly fine with goblin cuisine is debatable. But the point is, well, no cook will be so stupid to try something against this captain. But how the bowl travels from the kitchen to the dining hall?
I bring it myself, especially to the captain. I'm the one who brings him his food, or today I did at least. Normally it's the second in command that does that. He and the cook, they have their meals together, but today, well...
So, why he didn't do it today?
Well, we have heard the noises. We know that the second in command is a little bit busy.
Yeah, well, yeah. So it was your own initiative to actually bring the food to the captain.
Oh yeah, the captain would probably have came after me or gone to the kitchen himself to fetch his meal, so I just decided to be proactive and bring him his food.
Maybe some of us could actually take a look to the pot, to the kitchen, see if somebody left some tray.
Well, you see, make a persuasion check, Hauser.
Persuasion?
Yes. You did not have...
Wait, I had disadvantage by mistake, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, he just looks to you as if you had added salt to the injury, first calling Goblin cuisine dubious and then suggesting that some foul play was involved and wanting to check the kitchen himself, and he uncrosses his arms and puts it on his hips and looks up at you, like very up at you, and says, "Well, I don't think you need to see my kitchen after all. If you don't like the food, feel free to go to whoever else is making food in this floating pile of wood."
Nitriel in her seat, she'll kind of get a little between them. She'll be like, yeah, I'm sorry about. I think he's having a rough moment because he just watched the captain cough up something pretty gross. Could you please let us in? We really don't think it was the illness, because we watched it be cured and we saw him recover, and we think it was something in the food. We think it was something added in.
Make a persuasion check as well, Nitria. You get the sense that the chef is really done with you guys. He is over just this whole business of he just looks like he has no patience to deal with anything or anyone anymore, and he just looks at you and says, "Well, if you insist so much in seeing the food that you were eating just a while ago with your own eyes in a pot, be my guest, I suppose." And he turns around and walks into the kitchen, allowing you to follow him.
I will. Nitra will look back to Hauser, and maybe she'll try and shoot glances at any other party mates who may be good at investigation.
What?
So, at this point, Reverov, you have taken
I feel my ears burning.
Reverov, you have taken the captain upstairs, and Ojuk, you are very busy, so Hauser, Nitria, and Zach, the three of you are alone in here. If you would like to join their efforts, Zach, that is.
Should I joke
yes.
about what round we might be at this?
Come again?
No, kidding.
12.
Oh my.
So you join them, Zach, scurrying after the human and the Kerban moose, and the three of you enter the kitchen, where you see that the goblin cook, he just walks up to the pot and crosses his arms, and you see that there are two other goblins also working the kitchen. They have, at first you get your eyes are drawn immediately to the fact that they are cutting lots of vegetables and such, and have very sharp knives in their hands, but then you imagine that, hey, they're just preparing food for later or whatever, and they're not about to attack you guys or anything. So you see those two goblins that seems to be low cook hands were just assisting in the kitchen, and the chef just stops beside the pot and points up to it and says, "Have a gander, be my guest."
I was
I don't know.
saying, I don't think it would be in the pot, because you had a point that if it was in the bigger pot, it would probably have affected more people. I was thinking more where things are prepared, chopped, stored.
Yeah, I think it's something when the food was actually transported. It's
Yeah,
weird.
was it just the one piece? Does it affect more of the food?
Yeah, if the captain was the target, well, the attack must have been, directed. It cannot be randomly put inside a bunch.
At this moment, he just shrugs and says, Well, what you see here is what you get, so... do you see anything wrong in our kitchen? Do you see any problem with the way we are making the food?
I mean, I guess Nitro will try and look around a bit to see if she can find anything that stands out, maybe somewhat, if there's any sort of resemblance to the thing that was spit out, I guess.
Alright, so all three of you make an investigation check as you anger the cook a little bit further by staying around a while longer. Oh, okay, already rolled. So, Holzer, you end up most of the time just kind of doing your best to not have your antlers getting stuck on anything here, which distracts you quite a lot since there is a lot of stuff hanging from the ceiling and the walls. However, Nitria and Zach, the two of you do notice that in this kitchen there are nothing too inconspicuous you see. Nothing catches your eyes, which is odd. And as you're investigating a little bit further, because both of you have proficiency with alchemical tools, you do notice that at one of the counters there seems to be a little residue of powder, a dark colored powder that doesn't seem like it should be there. And you get a little bit closer and you analyze it, and you recognize this to be some sort of to not fit the kitchen as a whole.
This ain't no spice.
Exactly, it ain't no spice.
Well, not the good kind at the very least.
But when you look around the kitchen after noticing that there is some sort of evil spice around and about, you don't see anywhere else that this spice might be holding. You don't see any containers, any pots or anything that more of this spice is being kept at.
So it was
So it was only you guys in the kitchen? No one else?
Yeah, it was only the three of us. Why?
Well, it looks like one of your spices is too spicy. Or rather, this is probably poison, and I sort of present him the residue, or direct his attention to it.
He looks at it, approaches you, takes a very careful whiff of the smell of the powder, and says, "Oh, that's Kita Brime. That's spice we had that we've been using. Some traders brought it. There's nothing wrong with that. We just decided to put some in the food."
Insight check?
Sure.
I guess Nitro would try an insight.
Okay, make an insight check, the two of you.
He's not good at it, but wow.
Halser, you can make an insight check too, because despite not finding anything, you are paying attention to the conversation.
Okay.
Yay.
Oh my god.
Amazing.
Wow. Yeah. Whatever spice he just said this is, you see no reason to doubt him. He seems he seems confident that this is a spice.
Nitro will be like, would you be willing to taste it?
Actually, I was thinking, is the spice very smelly?
It has a distinct smell, yes.
Does
Like
it
it's
smell like the
something we
glob?
can actually follow.
Mm, it is possible, yeah.
Does the black lump smell similar?
Do you wanna try and smell it?
Yeah, I was thinking of actually trying.
Okay. So, Holzer and Zach, the two of you can go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw. As you approach this black clump way closer to your heads than it should be and take a whiff to see what is that.
Oh,
Oh, damn it.
So, Zach, you feel this very much stronger smell of both bile and whatever spice this is, and it feels very odd to you. Not only is it a bad smell, but it also reminds you of certain chemical components. It feels similar to something you might have come across in the past, and definitely not something you would use in the kitchen. Halser, however, you smell it, and the smell is very strong, and it gets you dizzy immediately, and you almost hurl the part of the soup that you ate just a while ago, and you immediately just toss it down to the ground, and you try to shake your head, but it's taking some weird effect on you. Just this closeness to your face, not even eating it, just inhaling some of its smell. You are considered poisoned, which means you have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls.
Yum. So, does it seem like the quote-unquote residue?
Well, it does. It's clearly not in a powdery state as the residue was, but yes, it smells similar, has a similar color as well. You're not about to taste it, but you imagine that it would taste similarly as well, probably. And Nitria, as you ask the cook to taste it, he just looks at your friends who are sniffing barf, and he says, "Well, okay, that is more than enough. I have been more than helpful with you with your silly investigation of whatever you are even doing. I think we're done here. Get out of my kitchen."
No. Would you like to taste some of your spice?
Why would I taste my spice?
you seem
Well-
confident it's fine.
And it is fine. Absolutely.
Okay, then taste it. I get some of it and sort of approach him with it.
I will.
Not the blob of doom, but the residue.
The residue of spice? He just backs away and says, "What the hell are you doing with that? Get the thing away from me! What are you doing?"
I'm having the cook sample his cooking.
"But I don't want you. Take that away from me. You're not a cook. What do you even know about spices? Why are you messing in my kitchen telling me what to do?"
I'm an alchemist. I know about poison. Now, you are under suspicion for poisoning the captain. Please confirm your innocence.
I am innocent. I didn't do anything. I'm telling you to get out of my kitchen.
It's way too late for apologies now.
I stick it in his mouth.
Nature is not even noticeable.
Okay,
Too busy giving water.
Zach, make an athletics check since you're trying to grapple him and force feed him spice.
Oh man.
Let me see what this guy rolled for his athletics, which he doesn't have, so he's gonna try acrobatics. So as you try and go for him and grab him, you kind of grab him by the hand, but he manages to pull it off very quickly and takes a few steps back. And Nitri and Halser, the two of you notice this aggression coming towards you, and the captain. Not the captain, the chef, he just takes a step back and says, "What the hell are you doing? I told you to get out of my kitchen, or else I will force you to." And he reaches behind him and grabs a hacking big kitchen knife. And the two other goblins that were cutting vegetables, they also notice the tension in the air, and they turn around and point knives at you two, threatening you guys to leave.
Well, Nitria is going to draw her sword, and she's going to insist. Taste the spice.
You are very aggressive for someone who has nothing to hide.
The goblin, he just looks around the kitchen and noticing the all of you drawing weapons, looking very aggressive. And
I've drawn nothing.
Yeah,
I am a weapon.
I think Nitria is the only one who's drawn.
Oh yeah, but the tension in the air is very tangible now, and everyone just looks around, almost waiting for someone to make a move. And the cook, he just narrows his eyes and looks at the two of you who keep insisting him to try his spice, and says he turns to one of the little goblins and says, "All right, young, you heard the tall ones. Get the spice and take a taste of it. Show them that it's fine." And the goblin who was in the corner, just holding the knife, looking up at at everyone, he just looks at the chef for a moment. Then he looks back at all of you and says, okay.
Nitria will say, "No. We said you. You're not testing on him. If you are so confident you are the chef, you taste it."
Nitria, make an intimidation check with disadvantage.
Oh, come on. Where is it?
Also, an Anorak, you with your metagaming. Shush it. Oh
Ooh.
boy.
Nice.
Finally!
Wow, okay. It seems that through sheer pressuring everyone, and he looks at you, he narrows his eyes, and you never seen a goblin exuding so much anger and rage energy, but he seems to look at you, and just out of spite, he picks up a spice container that he had on his apron and says,
No. Is it the same spice?
"It is." And he quickly waves the container in front of you guys, and you can see that the color is similar, and there's some amount of it that is not there, but he just waves it quickly in front of your faces and pulls back and starts uncorking it.
I'm going to attempt to block any smelling of the nonsense in case he decides to wave it. Just dashed out at us.
Alright. He pulls out this container of spice from his own clothes, shows it to you, then quickly brings it back, uncorks it, puts the fuel onto his hand, a very, very, very small quantity, and then he shows his big tongue and takes a lick at his hand, taking all of the spice, and then he goes to the side, gets a glass of water, then drinks it to down it, because it's a spice, it's powder pretty much.
Cinnamon challenge.
Yeah, so he downs it with a cup
The
of
ultimate
water.
cinnamon challenge.
Yeah. So he downs it with a cup of water and looks at you all, kind of like just waiting for something to happen, and you wait for a few minutes and nothing happens. See? It's just spice. And he corks back the little container and puts it back on his clothes.
Nitria will sheath her sword and kind of eye him suspiciously and be like, "Thank you for your compliance." And she'll just turn and walk out.
Alright, so Nitra, you walk out of the room, everyone just shooting dirty glances at you as you do so, and then Hauser and Zach, do you follow along?
Zach's honestly a bit disappointed. He walks out slowly.
Alright. By the way,
Yeah, I walk out too.
make a perception check, all three of you. Just because I don't know how high your passive perceptions are, actually.
Oh, that was not.
Okay. I will consider the first number, so 21 for Nitria and 14 for Hauser. So, all of you start walking out of the room. So Nitria, you walk out first, and as soon as you're out the door, you just turn around to wait for your companions to leave. And two of them leave. Holster and Zach, they make their way out of the tiny room where they have this makeshift kitchen. And then as you look back to look on the inside, the cook, he goes towards the door to close it, and just as he's doing so, he turns in such a way that you can see on his silhouette his cooking apron conforming to his form. You can see the clear bulge of this container where there were spices, but you see another bulge as well underneath his clothes of what you imagine could also be another container of spices, a different one. But before you have a chance to say or do anything, he just closes the door and you hear some bolts locking the door down.
Well, I guess I can't say that she has the reaction time for that, but she'll mention it. I guess she'll turn to the other two and be like, I just noticed he had another container in his pocket. I think that may have been more of what we were going for there.
I'm not surprised.
Was there another exit from the kitchen?
No. The kitchen, there are no exit from the kitchen, and knowing the ship's layout, you know that it's on the back, on the bottommost floor. So there's virtually no way to get to the kitchen unless you drill through the floor of the upper deck.
I mean, that shit did something to me. So definitely it wasn't safe. I'm not imagining feeling sick right now.
I mean, it's definitely not pleasant. And it had to get into the kitchen somehow.
Well, now that he's alone, I'm pretty sure he can make the real poison disappear.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I'd say somebody should stay here and be sure that the chef doesn't disappear, and somebody needs to speak with the captain and tell him what's.
I mean, locks also only work so well.
Yes, but we're also in a mess hall full of people.
Nitriel turns to mess hall. Can any of you cook?
At this moment, some of the other goblins that were eating their foods, they kind of just look back and up at you. And a surprising number of them raises their hands. Almost all of them seem to raise their hands.
I don't think we'd see much opposition if we challenged the cook.
I was more pointing out that it's a heck of a commotion, but whatever. Violence is a good answer to any questions.
Well, my intention isn't so much to kill him as it is to... Well, honestly, I really want to know what's in that second vial I saw, so... Leaving him
Also,
alone
besides-
probably isn't a good idea.
Well, also, he doesn't seem to suspect that we're coming back, so we could catch him in the act of doing something suspicious if we force our way in.
Potentially. I don't think he'd be cooking right now necessarily, but I'd like to maybe confiscate that second one, that second vial.
Well, now that he's out of our sight, he could have replaced the spice with anything.
Not
Well,
if
there's
we
only
do it right
so-
now.
Yeah, there's only so much place that he can even put it anyway.
Yeah, how, sir? You feel like busting down a door?
With pleasure.
So, as the three of you are in front of the kitchen discussing how you're gonna get back inside, for whatever reasons you guys have, Revrov, you bring up the captain to the captain's quarters where what's his face? Vishku is there. Actually, Vishku is not like in the captain's quarters, but he's on the upper deck, apparently enjoying the view, so to speak, and making sure that everything on the main deck of the ship is working and good to go and whatnot. And then he sees you coming with Captain Crimson, looking red. Well, not red. He's already red, but looking. His throat is bloated a little bit, and he has this sickly blue coloration to him. And Vishku immediately turns and says, "What? Did something happen? What's going on?"
The others are looking into it, but we just had an assassination attempt.
Assassination? And he looks at Captain Crimson. Are you alright? And the captain kind of just waves one hand sort of dismissively, still holding his neck. Yeah, I'm doing alright. I don't know what they had in mind, trying to poison me like that. But I'm fine. I guess I won't be eating from the kitchen anymore. There's plenty of fish in the sea. And I know how to fish and how to cook myself. I'll be alright.
I have cooking, but I know that Veskel's pretty good at it, so.
He nods and says, well, yeah, I could definitely also help you if you have the need for it. Anytime. And the captain just coughs a little more and starts walking towards his room. Excuse me, I need to drink some water, clear my throat, my face. I'll be right back. Then he walks.
I want to offer some stuff from the healing kit I have to help deal with the irritation and soreness.
Sure. You pull out some supplies of your healer's kit, and looking through what you have, there are some anti-inflammatory, a herb specifically that has that purpose, and you offer it to him. He looks at you very temptively for a moment before reaching out with his other hand and grabbing it and going back into his cabin and closing the door behind the two of you. And then Vishku turns to you and says, so, assassination attempt. Is that what you said?
Yeah, there appeared to be something in his food specifically that grew into a large mass in his throat.
Well, I don't mean to raise any alarms, but I have been hearing people whispering and gossiping. Something about the captain still carrying the disease. I think the crew and everyone is worried that he might contaminate everyone and get everyone killed. Do you think that could be it?
I do not think that he's still sick, no. From all the symptoms that we know, it would not have been that.
Well, the crew seems to think it might be, which is worrisome.
It sounds to me like somebody is spreading rumors, so if he does get offed in a non-violent and suspicious way, nobody asks questions.
Indeed. They know better than to try and mutiny. Do you think the crew is planning something?
Well, at least one person is. I'm not sure how many there would be. But I figured you're at least trustworthy for obvious reasons, and the more people who we have to keep an eye on him, the better.
Well, there is me, imagine, and Mars as well, his second in command.
Now to not metagame.
Yeah, exactly. I honestly don't know Mars that well. So, how long has he been with the captain?
Several years. Some 5 years, I think? Maybe even more.
Well, we'll see. He wasn't in the mess hall today, so I doubt he had anything to do with it. But Crimson is not trusting of anybody right now, for obvious reasons.
Well, I know the man, and I know what he looks like when he is not trusting. And to let himself be walked up here, I know that at least he trusts you. Cobalt, mute your microphone when you're not talking. So I know he at least trusts you, which is good. And I suppose you're not into it as well, whatever it is.
Honestly, I wouldn't even have any idea how to go about this type of thing. I just recognize when something is suspicious.
Well, alright, let's, maybe we should call Mars. Let him know of what's going on.
Maybe.
And
You keep an eye on the captain, and I'll talk to Mars when he's less busy.
oh, I don't know. I would rather get this out of the way as soon as possible. We don't know much, so let's get to it sooner rather than later.
Okay, well, maybe we should meet up with the rest of my party and see what they found out so that we can give as much information as possible.
Alright. Okay, come on. And Vishko, he turns around with you, following him, I imagine. The two of you walk to the other side of the main deck, to the officers' quarters, where most of the officers spend their time, and he starts knocking on the door quite loudly, so to speak. Mars, come out. There's been an incident. Come out.
We'll be out as soon as we're decent.
Come out right now. And Mars just looks at you, Ojuk. Well, it's true what they say. Good times do come to an end.
Get
Is
your
the door
own
locked?
armor on. I'll struggle to get my armor on.
Ojuk,
Is the door locked? Because if not, I'm just going to open it.
I would imagine it is.
Is this 1 minute armor or 10-minute armor?
Leather, it's one of the easier,
Okay.
shorter doffing times. So as soon as I have my leather armor on, I'll open the door.
Sure, Mars, he is much simpler. He just seems to put on a sort of a baggy pants, ties his belt, throws a shirt haphazardly, a button-up shirt, and he is not armored in the least. He's going out just with clothes, no battle
I
gear.
suppose I'll also grab my rope from my pack, just because things are weird.
Your rope?
Yep. This is my party mates. I don't want to use a weapon on them.
Okay. So you grab your rope alongside with your armor. Mars shoots you a glance of like what? But he seems to pay not much mind, and he goes towards the door, opens it, and the two of you, Ojuk and Mars, are met with Ravraf and Vishkil, the other hobgoblin. Vishkil, he sees the two of you. It seems like he's about to say something, but he lingers a glance at the two of you for about a second and say, "Something happened to the captain. Crimson. Something went down. Apparently someone tried to assassinate him. Down in the kitchen. And Mars just looks at this news. He doesn't seem to have that big of a reaction. He just nods and says, well, is he alright then?
I definitely want to insight that.
Sure.
With my insight, where the hell is it even? Oh, 0.
Hooray!
So, Ravrov, you look up at him, at Mars, when he says this, and you see this sort of like absent-minded look at his face. He seems almost drowsy, and it's very hard to pinpoint like what's going on with him, why he's reacting in this manner, if there is or not something wrong. It's really hard to pinpoint what it could be.
Obviously, it's just tiredness from sex.
Maybe. And Vishku just says, so I will make sure that the captain is alright. Keep an eye on him and make sure that nothing wrong happens. And your friend here, and he points at you, Revrov, told you that the rest of your friends are investigating whatever happened, so maybe you should look into it. And you, Mars, make sure that nothing's wrong or going weird. Okay? And Mars just nods and looks at you, Ujuk, and says, well, come on. The sooner we're done, the sooner we can get back to having fun.
Alright. I'm gonna grab at least my sword and make sure it's in its sheath on my side.
Alright. So as the Vishku walks back towards the captain quarters, and the three of you, Ujuk, Revrov, and Mars, are together, probably making your way down the stairs. Halser, Nitria, and Zach, what have you decided?
Well, we were actually thinking of smashing the door and get to the...
The kitchen doesn't need a lock. It's just totally unnecessary.
Well, then open the door very calmly and then get to the...
It's locked.
He's making
I'm
a
saying
joke that it doesn't matter if you smash it.
Yeah.
So are you smashing the door, Halser?
Oh yes, I do.
Okay, how are you doing that?
I'm thinking of just using my body and some brute strength.
Okay.
I recommend aiming at the lock. That's
Yeah.
the weakest part.
Nitra is gonna turn towards the mess hall and she's gonna be like, "This is gonna be loud, but it'll be fine."
Everyone looks at you, Nitria, and they don't seem to get what you're saying until they look at Halser and just see the big...
We're experts.
Yeah. They just look
Just trust me, we're experts.
They look at the gigantic Kirban moose, just take a couple steps back and kind of brace himself and starts running down the door, towards the door rather. And with a very loud bang in the first try, even, Halser, you feel that the door gives way pretty easily, and whatever lock they were using, it wasn't too strong of a lock, or it wasn't too properly affixed, probably because no one expects people to try and break down a kitchen. And as you break the lock, you just see splinters of wood exploding inside, and all the three goblins inside the kitchen, they just look at you with surprise in their faces as all of them just go like, "What?" and everyone in the mess hall they're they're eating their soups still, and they look at you, and all of a sudden all of them make a gasp of like, "Oh no, what's going down?" And as soon as you break down the door and you look inside, Nitria, Zach, and Halser, the three of you do notice that the chef seemed to be holding on his hands both of the containers with the one with the substance that he had just ate a while ago, and another one that seems to be that seems identical to it. And
Nitria will just kind of walk in fairly slowly and should be like, give that other one over.
he looks at the other two goblins who are alongside him, and then looks back at you and says, No, I will not give it to you. And make an insight check, Nitria.
Oh, this will be good.
With a natural 20, because that's unsubtle as all hell.
That's not the worst I've gotten.
Yep.
It's a 12 minus 1.
Nitria. Actually, Halser and Zach can make an insight check as well, since you're all so.
It's insightful.
No, since you're all together in the same room, so to speak.
You really need to untick that disadvantage.
Yeah, you should.
Isn't he poisoned
I'm
right now, though?
poisoned.
Alright. You're poisoned, so... Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Oh yeah, you are poisoned, that is true. Sorry. So that is
makes
indeed a
sense.
4, and Zach? Okay.
Nice!
Ouch.
Natural 0.
Somehow you rolled a 0 in the D20. Go figure.
He's got a -1, that's how.
Indeed. So... the three of you, as you look at the goblin, he just seems to be looking at all three of you with kind of a very odd,
Contempt.
well, more than contempt. He seems ragey even, but there's something weird about the way that he's looking at you. It doesn't feel too. He feels ragey than someone who's enraged would look like. And you, Nitria, you get an odd sense by looking at this person, and you think back to your training and your background, and you recognize something weird, but you don't have enough time to process it before they lunge towards you with weapons poised, they're weapons, quote unquote. They all have daggers and cleavers that they're gonna try and strike you with. So I would like the three of you to roll for initiative. Why don't you?
There it is.
Yay.
Ah.
All right. Ravarov and Ojuk, you can go ahead and also roll for initiative. Just because, in theory, you are also part of the whole shebang that is about to go down. Oh yeah, initiative is as it happens, an ability check, so you would have disadvantage at that. Also, Halser.
Oh yeah, I still selected the disadvantage.
Yeah, I don't think it does that for initiatives. But anyway, the three of you do roll for initiative, and these guys here, they will roll for that as well.
This is, of course, when we find out the entire room behind us also joins the initiative order.
Imagine how fun that would be. So, sorry, getting all those things together. Finally, you guys get to see the map, which is fun. So, Nitria, you see the chef, this guy right here that I'm tagging, brandishing a cleave at you,
Okay.
but you noticed something was wrong with him before he even had a chance. So you got your drop on him. What are you doing?
Nitra is going to start off yelling, "Don't go for the kill. Keep it non-lethal." And she's just going to jump in, and she will. Well, bonus action, quarry mark. I need to remember this.
Aha, you did.
I did remember this. Aha. And she's going to back end katana him.
All right, cool. So you run towards the cook who's brandishing a meat cleaver, and you just backhand him with your katana, hitting him with the blunt end of the weapon, and he'll just all of you hear this very loud tonk as it just connects with his head, and he yelps in pain and kind of takes a couple steps back, collapsing against some boxes in the back of the room, and he just looks at you, says a curse of strings. But what else are you doing?
I think that is. I guess I can back up a little bit, yeah, without him getting an opportunity attack. So, yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. And I didn't mean to say a string of curses, but anyway.
Yes.
They didn't have a turn, so they cannot react. So you take this opportunity to step back a little bit out of the room.
Even with mobility, that's what I was thinking.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Oh yeah.
God damn you, you and your feet. So that's your turn, Nitria?
Yeah.
All right. The guy, the cook that you just attacked, he looks up at you. You bitch! And he runs towards you and he's gonna try and attack you.
How rude.
Indeed. I don't have an actual stat block for meat cleaver, so I'm gonna use a scimitar. Anyway.
I'm going to quick step to make his disadvantage.
Alright. So first attack against you is with disadvantage because of quick step. That's your reaction. He fails. His first attack, he goes to strike at you, and you just feint him by going to the side when he isn't expecting it, and he just fails to connect completely. But then he goes for a second attack with it's not a disadvantage. Okay. Never mind, it is. Not because of quick step, but because here on his character sheet says the second attack has disadvantage. Go figure.
Oh,
Hooray!
well, that's nice because I was about to be like, "Wow, he already has a second attack."
Yeah. So with disadvantage, that is a lovely. Ooh. He hits with a 22. And he causes 6
Wow.
points of slashing damage to you.
Okay.
And that is his turn, and as he's just brandishing a meat cleaver at you and tries to strike at you, and you try to feint once again, but you don't have a whole lot of room to feint towards, and he kind of gets you in the thigh and makes a very deep cut, which is not nice at all. But that's his turn. Next up is the other goblin duderoo in the kitchen, who's just looking at you, very confused about what the hell is even going on. And he's gonna try and attack you with his own meat cleaver, since you're the only one he can reach. Nitria. So that's going to be a lovely... Shit, I rolled with disadvantage. Actually, I rolled with an advantage and he managed to miss anyways. Oh yeah. So he tries to strike at you, but he doesn't have a whole lot of room. He's not combat trained. He tries and misses, fumbles completely, and that's it. He just look at all of you, more so following the cook's orders than anything else, and is very afraid. He has no idea what the hell is going on or what he should be doing. Zach, what are you doing?
Well, first I'm going to slide in through under the giant moose's legs and skid to a stop there. Then, as a bonus action, I'm going to do my arcane weapon on my claws with lightning, and then I'm going to punch a bitch.
Alright.
Or try to. This is, of course, when I miss. No, I hit, probably.
Okay, who are you attacking? The cook?
The cook.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that definitely hits. You do a rock roll slide under Halser's legs and just swipe at him as you're doing so, hitting for
8 points of damage.
Yeah. As you rake at his legs, you draw blood, and quite a lot of blood as well. He kind of tumbles a little bit to the side, not looking very well. He is bloodied as he kind of tumbles and struggles to readjust himself and stand up straight as he looks at all of you, anger in his eyes. Are you doing anything else?
That's literally everything I can do.
Okay. So next up is Ojuk. You just hear these weird noises of metal and wood clattering on the bottom towards where you know your party mates are.
So I can hear there's a fight, and I might only be of average, 10 intelligence, but Mars said something that was disturbing about the captain, and Raveroff told me that somebody did attack the captain, and I don't know where Mars actually stands in all of this, so I'm going to try to slow him down for a moment by getting really cuddly again and saying, it's such a waste, we have to check on this. Well, then I try to tie him up with my rope.
Are you trying to tie up Mars?
Yes.
What the fuck do I even do about this? Make an athletics check. Actually, no. Before you do that, make a persuasion check first. Oh, you guys. The things you throw at me. So... Mars, he just looks at you as you're being very cuddly. He doesn't seem to notice your real intentions as he looks at you and is a little bit distracted, and he kind of stops walking for a moment, kind of keeping up to your own pace, at which point you notice that his guard has gone down, so make an athletics check with advantage. As he tries to break off the... Ooh!
Sorry.
Oh no. What did he get?
He rolled a 20.
Ooh.
A rope! Mars!
So... you... I won't say that you rope the entirety of him, but as he lowers, you kind of grab his hands, pull them close, and kind of go in for a kiss or some sort of cuddling, and you're very convincing in your approaches that he doesn't really fight it off. And then when you pull his hands, you quickly grab your ropes and start tying up his hands before he has even time to notice his hands are bind together. He's not completely fully restrained, but he can't use his hands anymore for now, as he just looks up back with this look of realization that you're trying to bind him up, and he just looks at you and, what are you doing?
I'm sorry.
So that's your turn,
Wait.
because I don't imagine you're gonna move or use your bonus action for anything.
Bonus
I'd
action
like to move
smooch.
toward the stairs, but I don't know what exactly is going on.
Alright, so that is your turn. Reveroff,
Yep.
you see this odd scene happening, but before you get to have your turn, Holster, what are you doing?
So I actually enrage, and then I try a reckless attack against
Okay?
using the flat side of the weapon, so it's not lethal.
Okay, so you look at him and you channel in all this rage that you have been accumulating all of your life, all of your journey, that you have been seeking stuff and not finding it, and you think about all of that, and this rage comes to you naturally, and then you hold up your axe and bonk him on the side of the head. So go ahead and make an attack roll with advantage.
Okay, I'm
Actually-
gonna go without disadvantage because reckless attack will cancel it.
Yeah, so it's a straight roll because you are still poisoned. All right.
And there.
So, yeah, you hit. You just hit. So as this guy, the cook, he's looking, is bleeding from the leg, from the head a little bit after being bonked, and he's looking up at all of you, and he notices you, Halser, coming down with your great axe. He barely has the time to call you. Well, barely has the time to call you anything offensive before you bonk him on the head. You just hear this loud crack as you do, and when you pull back your axe, you just see that his nose, that it was very big and long and pointy, now is kind of bent to the side in a very unnatural way. He's bleeding profusely, and he falls unconscious on the ground between all of you.
That was easy.
You want some? Get some.
And as he falls, go ahead.
And that's for the bat soap for the other night.
So as he falls to the ground, completely unconscious, you see that the other two cooks were trying to attack you guys. Mostly under his orders. They let go of their meat cleavers. They just dropped them completely, and they raised their hands like, we don't want in on any of this, and they just back into the corners of the room, letting you guys handle whatever is going on.
I mean, are we still in initiative?
No, combat is over, but before we get to the three of you, Reveroff, you just saw Ojuk trying to tie up Mars, the big Minotaur. Are you doing anything?
Well, my first instinct would be to, even though out of character I know combat is over, Arm of Agathis myself. And then ask Oju, is something going on? Why are you tying him up?
He said something that I question about the captain, and then you tell me that the captain's attacked. I didn't know if he was friend or foe. I hope it's friend, but I wasn't going to risk him using his axe on either of us while we went down the stairs to check what all that noise was. If that's what you were planning, Mars. Yes, I'm very mad.
So as you are trying to tie him up, the big Minotaur, he just looks at you, very angrily, like, what are you even doing? Let go of me! And he is trying to resist. this. So make another athletics check. No longer at advantage. This is a straight roll.
Mars, I'd like to go back to what we were doing before all this insanity, and that's failed.
Oh,
All right. He rolled a 22, so he doesn't even undoes the binds on his hand. He just kind of flexes really hard and snaps your rope, which is now effectively two 25 feet long ropes. And as he looks at you, anger in his eyes, and he says, "Oh, I would like to go back to what we were doing, but I don't think we will."
We don't have to fight. Don't make me fight you. You'll regret it.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Can I claim intimidation instead?
Sure, it's still disadvantage. Alright, you try your best to make the Minotaur give up on his aggressions, and he looks at you. You're not entirely sure what it is, if it is pity, if it is some lustful thinking, or what even it is, but he seems to look at you and look at Revrov, and he keeps his eyes very furrowed, like, "Alright, but it broke my trust," and he points a very big meaty finger at your face, pointing towards you. "I trusted you, and you're trying to do something very weird, and I don't like it." And
I understand that, and I did trust you. It's just what you said about you could still be captain, maybe, that made it so I had to question.
He grunts and keeps making his way down the stairs to go check on the rest of everybody to see what the hell is going on.
I'm gonna make sure to follow right behind him.
Okay. I imagine you do too, Revrov?
Yeah, I'm right behind Ojuk.
Okay, so the two of you follow him. And Nitria, Hauser, and Zach, you have just bonked a chef in the head. Are you doing anything else?
and Nidra is gonna
time
grab
up.
the vial.
You're doing what? Sorry? Nitria?
Going to grab the other vial.
Sure. You grab the two vials out of him. Now he's unconscious. He's not going to do anything. And you have...
I tie him up.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna help tying him up.
Okay. The two of you, Halser and Zach, you tie him up really well. He's not going anywhere anytime soon unless someone lets him. And Nitra, you have the two vials in your hands.
And I recognize which one was the same as before and the other one, right?
They look very similar. You only recognize the one that he showed you before because of the quantity in it.
Okay, she would set aside the one that she knows that he already tasted and was fine. She doesn't really need that one.
Okay, so you put that aside and you have the other one as well, which you have not tasted and not seen what it can do firsthand.
Nope, she's assuming it is poison, and you know what? Maybe we'll test it later when he wakes back up.
You're gonna test it on the chef?
I mean, if he's so confident about it.
All right.
Not right at this moment, like he's unconscious, but there may be kind of a, here, you're tied up, taste this.
Indeed. So at this moment now, everyone's as you're tying up the chef, all the other goblins there in the hold just having, well, they all stopped having their soups to pay attention to this whole confrontation that went down. And you see Mars, Ojuk, and Reveroff approaching from behind, the big Minotaur following, and he just looks at everyone. Oh, what's going on down here? What are you doing to the chef?
Stopping the plot.
What sort of plot? What is going on here?
Poison.
Nature will
Poison's
kind of
going on.
wave the vial in the air.
So, he was trying to poison the captain.
Well, that's what we think. We made sure not to kill him, just in case. But yeah, it looks pretty bad. He made the food. He carried the food to the captain, and the food everyone else had wasn't poison. So
All right. I'll take care of him. I'll lock him away.
So before you said that, Nitra, with her insight to him, knowing her background, that she didn't really have moment to process it. That was part of her hesitation. Does she, after things have simmered down, does she have any more thoughts surrounding that?
Make an Arcana check, Nitria. I think you're proficient with that.
Yep, but my combat rolls are very good, and everything outside of combat is very bad today.
Cool. So,
Wait, I want to ask Mars something.
sure.
About what you said about the captain. Why would you say that?
He looks at you now. Well, it is no secret to anyone that the captain was sick before. He was carrying a disease, and now it only carries goblins, and this ship is full of goblins. And if he's still carrying that disease, he's gonna get everyone here killed.
Well,
He's not carrying the disease.
when he got it, it took effect almost instantly. I think if that were an issue, we'd already know it was an issue.
It probably would have been an issue before they got onto the boat, to be honest.
Yeah.
We could ask Mars to actually try the spice. If he refuses, it means he knows that it's poison.
We
Well,
told him that it was
he was already
poison when
told.
we
Yeah,
showed.
Nitra has already held it up and been like, "This is poison."
Damn it. Oh, damn it, never mind.
So,
Plus, Nitria has no suspicion that regarding the second
Mars.
in command, so she wouldn't want him to test it. She's under the impression the cook's the mastermind.
So, Nitria, with that Arcane check of yours and looking at the cook, you have seen that before. You don't really remember exactly the circumstances behind it, but it has this very faint feeling in the back, gnawing you at the back of your mind, that you have dealt with this before in some way. Not directly, but you have seen it in action. Some sort of incantation, some sort of enchantment.
Yeah, as a player, I'm pretty sure I know what it is, but ways.
Yay. Metagaming.
Well, I mean, it is something I think that Nitria would know even in game, but
Yeah, because
rolls.
because of Nitria's background, she would know. Well, not know, but she would have a very strong suspicion that some sort of mental controlling was going on down here.
Charmed, enchanted, something, something.
Yeah. She doesn't know exactly what, but she gets there's a strong sensation that some sort of mental controlling was going on here.
Yeah, I guess she would mention that. She's be like, I've actually, I think I may have dealt with this before. I'm fairly certain he had some sort of enchantment charm. He just, I, I don't know if he was completely controlled, but I don't think his mind was completely his own. That's a big part of why I didn't want to kill him.
What would that look like?
What
How
does
could you tell?
people?
The
You could go on.
I was just gonna say the enchantment. What did that look like?
Well, I don't know. I'm admittedly not super great at reading people. I've just dealt with enough mages to see that when people aren't completely their own, that there's a difference in their how they handle emotions and how they express themselves. And I mean, in other cases, their allegiances seem odd.
Huh.
It's just something I've seen enough to recognize to a certain degree.
But then someone
Okay.
else on the ship would have had to have charmed him.
Well, from what I know, it is possible that someone else charmed him. They need to be close to them to the spell. Yeah, they're probably on the ship.
I want to come up to Mars and ask him to crouch down for a moment.
For Mars to crouch down,
Yes.
he
Get on your knees.
he eyes you suspiciously, but he decides to kneel down anyways, unsure of what you're trying. But
I grab him by the face, look in his eyes, and at his expression, and see if I'm still seeing that weirdness that I saw before.
make another insight check.
Hooray!
We're doing perfectly tonight.
Right?
I
The
actually
Zero
have
Insight Party.
Rev, what are you looking for?
I'm actually gonna ask, does Mars have like a components pouch or anything on him? Anything that would tip Nitria off that he is a caster?
Uh, make a retroactive perception check, Nitria. So just make a perception check, but it will count for a while.
Make a perception check, but backwards.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Hooray!
We're counting down. You don't remember having seen anyone on the ship with any sort of magical components aside from you guys. Or anything that resembles any sort of arcana users or whatever.
I'm going to take a hold of Mars's shoulder and offer to go treat his wrists, apologizing profusely for the misunderstanding.
Mars, answering your question from earlier, Mars had a kind of dreamy, not completely there look when we first barged in on you guys.
So what? He was mind controlled too.
Maybe?
Potentially. That's concerning.
So Mars, he stands up and looks at you, Ujuk, when you ask him to go with you, and he just says, I think playtime is long gone. We need to sort this mess here, right now. I'll take him with me. And he points at the chef. I'll take him to the brig.
Yes, let's put him in the brig, but let's all stay together. We need to talk. All of us.
So
Walk and talk.
are all of you walking and talking and staying together?
I don't see why not.
Yeah,
I
I
was at least going to follow along.
Okay, so all of you keep together for a while as your travel advances, and they bring the goblin to the upper floors, to one of the rooms where you guys were staying in, being guests of honor, so to speak, and they put him in one of your rooms, one of the few rooms in the back of the ship. They put him in there and lock the door, since those are one of the few rooms that you can actually lock. There's manacles to the side of the bed that they affix to his wrists as well, to make sure that he will not be running.
Now I know it's Flaming Dragon.
Oh, you. So they lock the chef flanks in there, and everyone else moves to the upper deck to get close to the door where to the room where Captain Crimson was just a moment ago. And you do see that everyone comes along, Mars included, the captain. Everyone is there. I'm great at descriptions. So as everyone approaches, Mars starts knocking at the door to get the captain's attention. Captain, I think we solved the issue. We should be fine now. And the captain, as he opens the door to meet all of you, you can see that he still looks a little bit weakened. He's definitely still poisoned from the food that he ate before. He's a little bit he's looking kind of frail too, but aside from that, he seems to be slowly on his way to recovery.
If I may, I don't think it's been handled if he was being controlled or influenced. I mean, that means there's still somebody who is trying to get him to kill the captain.
Yes, but if there's no one on the ship that seems magey apart from us, and I'm assuming it's not us, so otherwise we've wasted a lot of effort here. Then whoever it is isn't on the ship? I don't know.
Maybe.
maybe we should ask the captain if he had enemies. Somebody that will actually want to own the ship.
So, Halser, when you ask that to the captain, he thinks for a moment and says, well, there's some people that were definitely not my closest of friends indeed, but they are part of my village, so I decided to bring them along for the journey anyway. You do that for your people, after all. There's Crimneck is one fellow goblin who's not too happy with his position. Was never really happy to begin with, but I don't know that he would try and forcibly take me down. And there's also Gorozeg, who's been very adamant about getting to redemption, and he really wanted in on this ship and on this travel. But aside from that, I don't know.
Do any of the people you brought with you or anybody on the ship know arcane or, well, I would suppose arcane magic?
No, not really. No one should be able to know anything of the arcane aside from the five of you. We don't dabble in magics.
So no arcane. What about
Well,
natural
he
or
could have
divination?
simply purchased the poison. It's not like he need to create.
Well, yeah, but we're talking more about he gave the poison, but something influenced him to do that. Magical things.
We think we would have to talk to him when he wakes up.
Oh, actually, as a player asking, do charm effects don't usually end if you go unconscious, do they?
No, but they don't tend to last that long.
Yeah, you
So
get
if it was a
you get the
dominate,
sense
I don't know.
you get the sense that if whenever the chef wakes up, he'll be able to provide you. He won't be under the control of whatever was controlling him, if there was indeed something controlling him.
And generally, they know that they've been charmed if it's a charm effect.
Wait, I actually just had a thought. No, we saw when the captain. Never mind. Sorry. I was thinking maybe the chef got goblin rabies, but I'm guessing that would have been much more apparent from a non-behavioral perspective.
So the captain, he coughs and hacks a little bit more before looking at all of you guys. So, well, I'm gonna rest for the day, for the night even. And tomorrow, I imagine, we'll round up everyone and ask who is this person who is meddling with things they shouldn't. How about that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and say there is also another thing that could have happened. Maybe there is a clandestine on the ship. Somebody not even the captain knows is here. We should check the cargo.
I think we should also maybe rotate people standing guard for the captain just for a bit of extra security.
All right, let's get that working. And the captain Crimson, he starts talking. Him, Mars, and Vishkil and the 5 of you, you kind of scrounge up together a rotation.
I think that one of each of the party members should stand guard with somebody else
Okay.
throughout the night and stuff. Because, I mean, there's 5 of us, so that makes a pretty decent watch. Especially if we're watching just one of us with another crew member.
All right. So so all of you kind of come up with groups to see what you can do about this whole endeavor, and the night goes by. Unless you want to do something immediately.
I want to take the watch with Mars and still be trying to smooth things over with him. I know the situation is bad right now.
Sure. So Mars and you, Juk, the two of you just kind of go through your own corners for a moment, as everyone else is stand watches for a while. So I'm gonna roll 2d6s to decide who is on watch. At this specific moment. So, oh, look at that. A 3, which would be Ojuk, and a 6, which would be Mars. How coincidental. So, sorry. All of you guys rotate turns, taking your time to look over things. You spend enough time on your own that we can consider this to have been either a long or it can be a long rest in the way of recovering abilities, but also a short rest in case you guys want to roll up temporary hit dice to heal. Remembering that temporary hit dice that you use to heal gives you temporary hit points.
I can also cast Cure Wounds on Nitria. I know that she took damage.
Alright. So
When you get your spell slots back?
yeah.
If we're going to be
It'll be a
resting
long
later.
rest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the short rest, I actually remove poison.
Yeah. The poison lasts for 1 hour actually, so it's long gone already. So
Okay.
Does that help you enough, Nitria, or do you need the other one too?
That's exactly enough to top me off, or just one more than to top me off, so I'm good now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So all of you perform a long rest during which you recover hit points equal to your Constitution modifier times your level. You regain hit dice. Since you're also having a short rest, if you want, you can roll hit die to get temporary hit points as well. All of you recover.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Sure. All of you recover your spell slots, so you're fully spelled as well. As the ship, lots of rumors that start spreading around the ship as you guys are keeping watch in front of the captain's quarters to make sure that he's safe and nothing wrong is happening with Captain Crimson. And all of you kind of start investigating the ship to see if there aren't any stowaways, if there's nothing arcane or magical hidden in any nooks and crannies. So you guys all do your own thing to investigate the ship as it is. So the rest of the day goes by. Some of you guys rest. The night comes and starts going, and somewhere in the middle of the night, Ojuk and Mars, the two of you are taking watch in front of Captain Crimson's office, quarters rather. And the two of you are talking, trying to smooth things over, as you said yourself. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying anything specifically?
I would pretty much be trying to say things to comfort him counter to what he may say. Like, if he's still mad that I tried to restrain him, it was for possibly his own good. I certainly didn't want to see my own people fighting him.
And he looks at you. Well, if I were that worried you, why did you have to do that? You could have just told me, talked to me, instead of already going and doing things. Jumping ahead. You see,
Mars, sometimes an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And I certainly didn't want to watch you get cured out of existence.
well, you have a point, but if everything between us is gonna keep being like that with you,
Mars, I don't even know if I'll ever see you again. I just didn't want it to end on a bad note. Not after all.
I'm afraid it might. You're nice and all, and it's been quite a long time since I have been on a voyage with someone like you who can cater to my needs. But still, what you did there, it broke my trust, I'm not gonna lie. And I'm really trying to look over this. But it's, well, the voyage is not over. Let's see if there's anything that we can do to remedy this. But as it stands, I would be happier sleeping alone tonight.
I can understand that. Yeah.
So, as you're talking to him, make a perception check.
Perception, not persuasion.
Yeah. Leo? Ah, there you go. Wow.
Yay!
Your luck has turned around just in time. So, Ojuk, as you're keeping watch over the captain, to make sure that, well, that they're all right and nothing wrong is happening, something odd happens. You swear you hear the quietest noise off into the distance, and you strain your ears to hear it. And then you realize what this noise is. It is a small voice that seems to be talking towards your direction. Oh, but the captain, you know he is not only not doing anything right now because he has friends around and he is weak. Just wait until he's back at his full strength. He's gonna kill everyone. You tried to kill him. Do you think he's gonna let that go that easily? That simply? He's gonna kill all of these people, all of your friends. But you could stop that. You have the chance. All it will take is a quiet dagger in the night. No one needs to know.
I
And then you can
suppose I'm
solve.
going to stealthily try to approach where the voice is.
Uh,
I can't be stealthily at all.
Leo, you don't even.
Even stealthily go in the direction the voice sounded like it might be coming from.
So you
But
see,
my stealth fails.
you notice a voice, but you don't see where it's coming from exactly. You just notice this voice happening because of your natural training perception. You're not even sure where this voice might be. So what happens is that you just hear this voice, and as soon as this voice starts going down, you seem to you notice that Mars, his eyes widen and seem to light up a little bit, as if something is taking root inside his mind. And he lifts his head and looks at you and says, "You know what, Ujuk? Disappointed as I am in you, there is something to be said about second chances. I know a thing or two about second chances, and why don't you go ahead to the officers' quarters? Find us a comfortable place, and I'll be with you in a few minutes."
We need to let somebody else start watch Mars.
Don't worry, I'll be keeping watch here. I'll tell the captain that we're gonna shift watches, and I'll tell Vishkil to take up his watch, and whoever else is keeping him company. Go on ahead. I'll be right there with you.
But I'd rather stay with you. I mean, I know things are tentative at best right now.
Well then. Ah, Ojuk. I really wanted to like you. I really do. But I'm really sorry. You leave me very little choice. And Ojuk, you see as Mars, he seems to start to pull off his weapon, drawing it.
I'm gonna draw my great sword hilt first right into his chest, or even lower.
Alright? So the two of you draw weapons, and you're not caught by surprise as you look at him. And are you doing anything else?
I hate to say it. Hilt of great sword right to loincloth.
Okay.
Oh no. Sadness.
Make an attack roll.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think that hits.
that hits. That definitely hits. Oh, poor Mars. Oh boy.
Oh no.
Let's change that to bludgeoning.
Yeah, that would be bludgeoning.
Definitely. So
Oof.
as you see Mars about to try and strike you down, you take the lead and you strike at him first before he has the chance to do anything. And he lets out a very loud yelp of pain, and I would say at this point, pretty much. All four of you, Halser, Nitria, Revrov, and Zach, hear this commotion going outside.
Well,
I told him I didn't want to fight him. I didn't want to fight.
Nitra will grab her sword and run.
Zach will grab his nothing and run. Hooray.
Alright, so all of you run outside of the door. as soon as you step outside, you just see Mars. Seems to be letting out a very loud moo of pain as he's grabbing his crotch with one hand, kind of arched over, his axe on his other hand, and he just looks up at you and says, "Oh, I really, really wanted to like your butt." And he stands up and he is about to go and try and attack you and probably chop off your head if he manages to. So I would like every one of you to go ahead and roll for initiative, because boy oh boy, this is happening.
Oh man, here we go again.
Please be better than last time.
Hooray!
Ouch.
6.1.
Wow.
It's okay. We outnumber him. I can afford going later.
So let me roll
6, 6, 6, 4.
for. Oh boy. Let's see.
We have beckoned forth the Dark One.
Okay, Mars doesn't go too early, and the remainder of these people goes.
Considering initiative, he's gonna, even standing up, probably get great sword hilt to the face.
Indeed, sir. Things are about to happen. Not very good things, even. All right, so we have our order. Ojuk, you just striked at Mars's jewels, and you see him arching over, letting out a very loud moo of pain. What are you doing?
As I just said, I would just follow him up with the sword hilt, aiming for chest or higher.
Okay. And
It's not as good.
you hit still. You try to go with your great sword at his chest. As you see, there's definitely some misintent in his eyes. And once again, it was at 15. Look at you, rolling them high numbers. You can see now as you slash at him again, some more splatter of blood just shoots off to the side. And
Hilt, dog. Hilt.
Sorry. Well, you break skin and damage him quite so. He's not looking very good, but at least you know that. Well, at least you went first. So, and he is looking bad already. He's kind of arched over, protecting his crotch, and there's a big scratch mark on his chest where you hit him with the hilt of your weapon. Is that it for your turn?
Yeah, I don't have any bonus actions yet, so that's it.
Okay, so next up is Mars himself. So he notices all four of you running from behind, Reverov, Halser, Zach, and Nitria coming, and then you, and he just says,
Oh, I could have Hunter's marked.
You could have. If only you would have stood still. Oh, Ojuk. And he's gonna try and strike at you with his great axe. Just see what he can do with that. And no, he misses with a 12. He tries to slash at you. Actually, he can do that with advantage because he also has reckless attack. Yep, I misclicked. And now that hits. So that's 24 to hit.
Yeah, that definitely hits. 10 over.
No.
Indeed. And that should have actually been, 11 points of damage.
Ouch.
And he doesn't hit you with the blunt end of his weapon. He goes in for the kill. He slashes at you, cutting a very large scar across your chest. And all of you look just in time to see Ojuk getting slashed and blood just flying over to the side. And whatever is going on with Ojuk and Mars, you know that there's some hostility going on between the two of them. So, as you guys look at all this commotion going on, trying to understand what is even happening, or what could be happening even, what happens? Let me tell you. Oh, thank you so very much, Roll20. Just a second, I'm sorting something out here. You see, yeah, that's a thing that should have happened. Where's my dice? Oh, go figure. You see now what appears to be some sort of a shape jumping out of the shadows, and Ojuk, you feel this shape coming up right behind you, and you don't have enough time to look back and see what it is before this shape, whatever it is, strikes at you with its with claws, raking at the back of your at your back and legs, and hits you, causing 6 points of slashing damage.
Oof.
And all of you see now, Reverov, Halser, Zach, and Nitria, this creature, this bestial, large, canine-looking creature with glowing eyes that kind of glows in the dark-ish climate that you are here, and you see that the same glow this creature has in its eyes is the same glow that Mars also has in his eyes, and you see finally what might have been the source of all this problem thus far. Apparently, a creature none of you were aware was also on the ship. It reveals itself.
There was a clandestine.
Go, Helser.
So, Zach, you're next. What are you doing?
Well, I was going to tell you to keep your weapons out of your domestic issues, but it appears we have a dog on board. Zach will run to the thing. I technically flank it like this.
Yes, you
Oh,
do.
goody.
Flanking gives you a +2 to hit.
Yes. I shall put that into my roll, since I can do that. Okay, let's see. I'm going to... so many choices. I'm going to Arcane Infusion it up again and claw it. Does
Alright.
a 16 hit?
A 16 just hits.
Yay. Okay, AC of 16. Oof.
So, as you try to attack this creature, you put a lot of force behind your slash, and you feel this creature has a very thick hide, and all this force was just enough to manage to break through its defenses and strike at it. You get the sense that this is a very hardy opponent. Are you doing anything else?
That was my bonus action, and action I will shift to the side so someone else can get the flank.
Okay, and that's your turn, I believe.
Yes.
Reverov.
Well, this doesn't look like a good situation. So I, being a spellcaster, do not want to get close. I am going to just send a glowing ball of please die at this thing.
Okay. Go ahead and do your ball of please die. Oh boy. Oh yeah, you have invocations now. Cool. Your Eldritch Blast is super potent and it hits and blasts the creature. Oh yeah, the creature should have been making concentration saving throws. Checks, rather. Succeeds its first. Succeeds the second as well.
And I don't really have other. It's only one blast for now because we aren't at the
Fifth
next level for that. I am going to hide behind Big Moose Guy.
Okay. That's
Big
her
Moose
turn.
Guy's going to move
Yeah.
immediately.
So, Halser, you see this big ass creature striking at your companion Ojuk, and two of your companions attacking it. What are you doing?
So I enter in rage, and then I throw myself in a reckless attack against him.
Okay, cool. Go for it. You rage and run towards the creature with your great axe poised, and you slash a big, violent upswing.
Yeah, actually I should add +4 because I have flanking and rage.
The flanking gives bonus to hit, not damage.
Yeah, to it. So I should do
Yeah.
24 to it.
Yeah, you have an advantage because of reckless.
It would be 21 to hit and 8 damage.
Oh yeah, you're right. So,
Yeah. So that's 8 points of damage to this creature that once again yells in pain, seeing all these people showing up out of nowhere. And it also makes another concentration check, which it makes. And it looks at the two of you newcomers approaching it, and it snarls. And that's her turn, right, Halser?
yes, that's it.
Okay. So the thing goes again because it's a boss creature, so it has different rules.
That's fine.
So it gets 2 initiative rolls. For now, at least. So, seeing what is going down, it's going to go ahead and... Well, seeing that Ojuk is nearly dead, it's gonna keep trying to claw at him. So, that's gonna be a lovely bite attack against you, Ojuk. Which hits.
Well, any amount of damage, I'm down.
Yeah. So all 4 of you just watch as this creature that is striking at Ojuk keeps going at him, bites him in its gigantic maw, and kind of just shakes him around. And Ojuk just can't keep himself, can't resist this bite, and just falls to the side like a ragdoll. And one of your companions is down. But that's all the creature can do because it's not fool enough to go and move. So that's the thing. Nitria, what are you doing?
Well, Nitria knows how magic works, and she is going to be determined to break that concentration. So, she's going to quarry mark them, and then she will. Oh crap! She can't get flanking here. Oh well.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, no more flanking. That's okay. Well, we'll see. It's hardy. Nope. Even flanking wouldn't have helped that.
Unfortunately, yeah. So, Mithril, you run up to this creature and try to slash at it, but now it's wizened up to all four of you trying to strike it down. And since it doesn't have to pay attention to its back anymore, it doesn't even have to bother with Ojuk, and as it lets him go and sees you approaching, it just dodges completely out of the way of your slash.
After that, she's going to continue moving and not provoke opportunity attacks and scoot over here.
Wow, do you have that much movement?
Yeah, she has 45 feet of movement.
Oh yeah, cool. Okay. Yeah, it's just not a big boat anyway. Ship. So Nitria, that's your turn, I believe.
Yep.
Okay. Next up is Captain Crimson and his partner Vishkil. They hear commotions on the outside. They open up the door, and he's faced with Mars, who apparently is being magically influenced to kill him. And he just stands there at the door, confused about what's going on, completely still looking very, very, very bad from the poison from earlier since he ingested it. So he's still not looking good, and he just stands there, unsure of what to do. And so does his
Can we
husband.
yell at him to close the door?
Sure. You yell at him to close the door, and you see Vishkil kind of just running up to him, pulling him back and trying to close the door as what's his face? As Mars tried to attack him. As an attack of opportunity, not against the captain, but against Vishkil, because he happens to be there. And he hits. Okay. So as the both of them retreat into the room, you just hear Vishkil yelling in pain as he just manages to close the door, and bleeding profusely as he shuts the door, and the two of them hide in their rooms. In their room, and Mars just keeping looking at them furiously. Is apparently something influencing him to try and kill both of them, and whoever else stands in their way. So Ojuk, make a death saving throw.
Quickly, roll another natural 20.
Yeah. It's a thing with this party anyways. Leo? Oh, there you go. Yeah, you succeed. But for how long, we don't know. So next up is Mars. He has no target anymore. He just sees the three of you approaching, and he sees that the two of you are trying to attack this creature. He's gonna not bother with you guys, and he's gonna try and break down the door. Go after the captain, since you're all busy. And he slams his axe against the door that breaks into a lot of pieces, but is still closed down, bolted even. So he pulls out his axe and gets ready to do another attack his next turn. Now the creature itself...
Here's Johnny.
Here's Johnny indeed. The creature looking at the two of you is gonna attack you. Sure, it's gonna attack you, Zach. You did the most damage to him. He's gonna go ahead and try and bite at you. Hits with a natural 20.
Well then.
So you, Zach,
That's just
suffer
rude.
13 points of damage.
Oof. Okay.
Yep. There you go. That's his turn. Next up is you, Zach. What are you doing?
Well, I'm going to use my attack and bonus action to claw at him. Twice. Uh, 12 does not hit. 21 does hit.
It does, yeah.
That was the exact same roll as last time.
Indeed. So once again, you
Cannot
see...
roll less than 4.
Yeah.
Higher than 1.
All of you just see this tiny kobold just infusing his claws with electric energy and trying to strike at this big monstrous creature, not dealing a lot of damage but still trying his damnedest. And he makes a concentration check.
Actually, is it a medium creature?
It is, yeah.
Add 2 damage to that from my Fury of the Small.
Okay. How much? 2, right?
Just 2.
Okay.
It's my level.
And as you attack at him, he breaks his concentration, and Mars, suddenly, as he pulls back his axe, some sort of clarity comes over his head, and he's like, what? And he looks back at all of you, and at the creature that apparently was controlling his mind, and he says, oh, you filthy beast. And he looks down at Ojuk on the ground, and another pang of realization comes to his mind about what he just did. And he feels very bad about it. And, well, you gain an ally. Reverov, what are you doing?
So I can notice that Mars is no longer trying to get at the captain.
Yeah.
Okay, then it's another ball of death at the big nasty dog thing.
Okay, go for it. You try and shoot this Eldritch Blast out of your hand, and it whizzes and misses the target completely. You are, after all, in a ship which is sailing and kinda... It's hard to keep your balance, and as it hits some waves, you just lose your balance and your Eldritch Blast goes flying up into the sky. And that's your turn, I believe.
Ignore that. Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay, Halser.
So I'm gonna try with another reckless attack.
Okay, go for it. Oh boy.
Hello.
Whoa.
So,
Oof. Maximum damage.
okay, you cause a shitload of damage to this creature, and he snarls and looks at you with anger in its eyes, like, ugh. You fool. Stay away. This is my business. Are you doing anything else?
Nothing else.
Okay. The creature looks at you, Halser, and you see this weird sort of glow in its eyes as it looks at you directly, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. I imagine this is probably not super great, but let's see. Do you have advantage on Constitution?
Oh, no, I didn't. It was still enabled from reckless attack. I'm gonna redo the roll.
Yeah, reroll, please.
Well,
Okay, you succeed. This creature looks at you and you feel like it's trying to influence you and something within you. And you feel yourself getting a little bit lighter. But then it ceases as you just focus yourself and shake your head and ignore this creature's influences upon your physicality. You're not entirely sure what it tried to do to you, but it definitely tried to do some arcane mumbo-jumbo. Nitria, what are you doing?
Well, seeing that concentration is broken, she's going to shift attention to Ojuk, and she is going to take her action to give him the healing potion she has.
Alright.
Does the max thing apply if you use it as an action if you're administering it too?
Nope. When you're giving someone else a potion, it's rolled.
Okay.
So, Ojuk, you recover 2d4 plus 2 worth of hit points, and if you want, as part of our extended rules for health, you can also choose to roll a hit die and add to your healing potion of healing. So
Ojuk rolls the dice, right?
yeah. So roll
Okay.
2d4 plus 2 for me, Leo. Alright, you regain 9 hit points total. So all of you see as Nitria runs over to Ojuk and administers a healing potion to him, and he
is not going to stand up. He is going to be recovered, but he's going to lay there on the floor,
Sure.
trying not to draw this beast's attention, at least for the moment.
Just inch your way away.
Nope, just totally faking still dead, despite the potion being poured into me.
Okay. In any case, you did spend a hit die, so I already counted that for you, okay?
Yep.
Alright. So... yeah, that's your turn, right, Nitria?
Yeah.
Okay. Next up is Captain Crimson and Vishku. They're not doing anything, they're just hiding in the room. Unable to do anything, they're just scrounging the room, trying to find weapons and such. So, Ojuk, you're up. Or rather, you're prone, but it's your turn. What are you doing?
I am going to lay here on the floor while I think about what the hell I'm going to do. How about a free, because of class, Hunter's Mark on the creature.
So the creature is doubly Hunter's marked, I guess.
Oh my.
Hunter marked and Quarry marked.
Now let me
You're a
think
marked
about
man.
prone for a minute. My attack is that a disadvantage if I attack
Yes.
physically?
Yes. You can stand up normally, it only costs half your movement, and people can't make attacks of opportunity against you.
Alright, I'll stand up, and I will introduce this thing to the blade of my greatsword.
Alright, go for it.
And why is that?
On the very top of your character sheet, you toggle public instead of 2D
Yeah.
gem. But that hits, so you can go right ahead and roll for damage, and also roll for Hunter's Mark.
It's an extra d4,
I think it's a D6.
D6.
d6. Okay, for some reason it's not on my sheet, but I have dice roller. So, 10 points of slashing in total.
Okay. So as you strike at the creature, it is bloodied. And as it is, it loses its extra turn.
Excellent.
Oh, nice.
And that's your turn, right, Ojuk?
Yep.
Okay. Next up is Mars. Mars, seeing this whole situation, he's gonna walk up to the creature and try to strike at it. With his grit axe. And hits. Look at him. Quite the ally to have. And hits it for quite a lot of damage even. So that's all he does. Now, seeing as all 6 of you are striking at this creature endlessly, it just snarls and look around at all of you on its turns and just, I was so close. Damn you. And it's gonna go ahead and cast a spell. It utters some arcane words. And you see, as it does so, a sort of a portal appearing, and the creature leaps through the portal and vanishes.
I take it leaping through the portal does not trigger an attack of opportunity.
It does not.
Sadness.
Yes, I would have liked for us to have all gotten an attack on it and see if it made it away.
Yeah.
Counterspell from the future.
Right? So all of you just see this creature vanishing as it leaps through the portal and it just disappears completely. So what do? As you look around and there's no creature to be had anywhere in the ship. I mean, here, where you can see.
Well, fuck. Wait. Doesn't Hunter's Mark let you know the position of something if it's within range?
Yeah, but it's probably not within range.
That's important to know too.
So, Ujuk. It is within range still, yes. It seems to have traveled into the ship, just elsewhere in the ship.
Great. So me and Nitra would both know it's somewhere still in the ship. Since
You
we
actually
both
know
had
where it
Hunter's
is.
Mark on it.
Hunter's Mark lets you know exactly where it is, so you can still find it.
I'm trying to look at the spells to see if it does indeed let you know exactly where it is.
I think it's that.
You have advantage on perception and wisdom checks or perception and survival checks to track it.
Okay, so you can't find it, no, but you know that it's close, it's nearby, it hasn't scanned off, it's still in the ship somewhere.
It probably would have gone deeper into the ship. It's unlikely that it went up top. So we gonna spread out?
What do you want to do? Do you want to spread out?
I want to hunt it down. So Nitra will run for the stairs, I guess.
Okay, so
To go down, I think that's those stairs.
yeah.
Are we still staying in turn order?
Yeah. Just in case something happens in the future. So, as all of you start walking around and exploring to see, trying to find whatever it was, I would like all of you to make an investigation check. Ujuk and Nitra can make so with advantage, since you are trying to find the creature.
I am also going to cast a couple things on Mars.
Actually, never mind, it's not investigation, it would be survival.
Oh, excellent.
Oh, god damn it.
But you do have advantage, Nitra and Ujuk.
Oh, okay.
Reverov, are you gonna try as well? Oh, there you go. So, Ujuk, are you spending both your cure wounds on Mars?
Yes.
All right.
I will use a med kit on myself.
It would take a short rest for you to use your
Alright.
healer's kit. So you would need to just stand still for
Do that
an
later.
hour. Okay. So instead of stopping to heal yourself, all 6 of you, Mars. Actually, no. Mars will stay behind and make sure that the captain is all right. As the 5 of you start scrounging the ship, and I assume all of you are together.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
I'm a little unsure about just leaving Mars with the captain, though, considering he's easily controlled by this thing, I think.
I mean, from
As
my
easily controlled as
from
anyone else.
From Nichara's perspective, she just tried to run to try and catch it as soon as possible. So that wasn't even really on her mind.
Okay, so Nitria, your senses regarding this creature takes you to the hold, to the bottomest floor, where you just see a lot of goblins that are hanging in their hammocks, apparently sleeping, mostly undisturbed. Then you just feel this very strong sense that the creature that you are hunting is here, in this room.
I think it's here, guys. We need to search every corner.
I will definitely have come through this stairway with Lance ready at this point.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like everyone's like weapons ready, prepared to
Yeah.
mess shit up.
Yep.
Can I actually track it with hearing?
Come again?
Can I actually try to hear it?
Listen for it.
Yes, everyone make a perception check.
Do I get advantage because of the mark?
You do, yes. Actually, I don't remember. Is it written that you can do so with advantage?
I think it was-
Perception and survival, yes.
Yeah, to track. Which
Well, it might
listening for
actually
it is tracking.
be. It might be double my proficiency bonus. I think.
Oh yeah, I think
No,
it is
it-
expert. No, that's
I
for
think it's
something different.
advantage.
That's not Hunter's Mark. That's Quarry Mark. That is a class skill.
Oh, right. Right, yes.
Do you actually get advantage because of keen hearing?
You
Because it's
Yes.
do,
sound
yes.
based.
Yes, you do, yes.
Yeah. If you're listening for it, then yes. We're doing so well today.
Yeah, our rolls are.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
Wow.
you guys.
What do your moose ears see? Wait, what?
You guys are killing me slowly but surely. So,
We're killing you.
yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So all of you spread around in the hold, looking around each corner, looking above and under the bunks, the beds, and wherever else you can think of looking, to try and find where the creature went. And as you're looking, oh boy, what a tricky thing here. You don't see it. You know it is here, but you can't seem to find it.
I mean,
I swear to dog if it's invisible.
Start turning over boxes, maybe
Yeah,
even
that's what I
flipping
think,
bunks and royally pissing off goblins.
Okay, so all 5 of you spend, I would say, about an hour just turning over everything, boxes, pushing goblins out of the way, looking in their hammocks, until
Okay.
eventually your hunter's marks fade, your quarry mark also fades, and you completely lose track of the creature. You know it was here, but you lost track of it completely.
so it's here, but turning everything over didn't uncover it, so it is probably invisible.
Can we go with like the oldest trick in the book, which is going to the kitchen, take flour, and throw it everywhere?
Make an investigation check, Hauser.
I mean, it's the mundane glitter dust.
So, Hauser, you go to the kitchen, you rummage through some of the boxes, you get... You don't even get just a handful, you bring the whole sack of flour and start tossing it everywhere. And within seconds, well, not seconds, but within a few moments, the entire ship is covered in flour everywhere. Every single surface is covered in flour, but nothing seems to be leaving footsteps in the flour. No invisible thing seems to be getting covered in flour. You're positive that this creature is not invisible after this big experiment.
I'm tempted to take my sword and stab it into various crates at this point.
Yeah, in my head, I'm like thinking as a player, I'm just like, it's a medium creature. Like,
So, yeah, with your investigations and such, you looked everywhere you can think of. You look inside of every single box. You opened everything. You look everywhere. You even kind of dangled over the side of the ship to make sure that it's not hiding on the outside. You can't find it. You don't see that creature anywhere.
Could it have portaled away?
Could it have what?
Teleported away?
You did see it teleport from the main deck to the bottom of the ship, and then for the hour that you guys were searching, you kept sensing that it was there until your spells faded and you lost your hunter's mark and such.
And we probably would have seen it teleport. The only thing I can think of is it's one of the goblins that shapeshifted or something stupid.
be
That's not the easiest thing to go about checking.
Could wake them up and ask them questions.
Oh no, the goblins are all awake now that you guys have gone and done all this.
They are white with fury.
Nitra is gonna try swiping her hands over her around them and stuff to see if they're illusory.
All of them are very, very physical, and whenever you put your hands on them, they seem very annoyed that you're handsy onto them. But yeah, none of them is an illusion. All of them are goblins who are there and are very angry and pissed off at you guys.
Sorry, guys.
Having
There's a creature loose. It's in here somewhere.
Yeah, having no wisdom, Ravaroth is going to say we're looking for a werewolf-like creature that had mind-controlled Mars and was trying to have the captain killed.
As you say this, all the goblins, they look at you with very intent eyes, and then they start whispering to one another like, oh no. Could it be? Is there something here? Is there a monster? Is there trying to control everyone? Or they're trying to kill the captain? And you just start a gossip. Everyone just loses it and starts gossiping between themselves.
Can we insight to see if one of them's pretending to gossip, as it were?
Boy, this will be a
knowledge of. Yeah, no.
This will be a very hard check, but yeah, all of you can attempt an insight check to see if one of them.
Just like, yeah.
My luck has to reverse eventually. At least middle.
It's like, is one of them not as surprised by this as they appear to be?
I'm also using hearing, so I get advantage.
Not on insights, you can't.
It says persuasion, I think. Perception. God damn it.
Yeah, only on perception checks. So on insight, it's a straight roll.
Yay, an 8.
Well, so whenever I don't have advantage, I actually roll well.
So, Halser, as you walk around the hold asking every single goblin questions, seeing their answer and scrutinizing their faces, all of them seem very, very disturbed at first and concerned about the whole thing that is going down. Until one of the goblins that you ask, you see this very, very faint shift on his eye as he looks at you, and his pupil glows just a smidge, just the tiniest bit. And you recognize that glow. You have seen it before. You know exactly what it was.
Well, I try to attack it immediately. Attack!
Okay, make an attack roll.
Yay.
Can I actually enter in rage before the attack?
Sure. Normally would not be able to, but this time I'm gonna allow it.
I like the image. It's like you see that this might be the thing, and you get absolutely furious and smash it immediately.
Yeah, I'm tired of this shit.
So yes, you
max
immediately,
damage.
as soon as you see the creature, you just lose it and you smash it with your axe, and the creature just kind of flips over the room, being immediately struck by your by your attack and taking a shitload of damage. And all of you now that are in the hole, seeing as Halser just strikes at this creature that until now was a goblin, it reverts back to its form and, well, stands in between him and Zach. So we're back into combat. So top of the round, Ojuk. What are you doing?
I will move in front of Nitria and shove my lance into this thing.
Okay, lances oh yeah, they do have reach, so yeah.
Reach.
Go for it.
Do you flank like
Totally
that?
missed.
Never mind.
Ow.
Even with flanking, it's only a 9.
But that's a natural 1, so as you try to strike at this creature, once again the ship rocks on the waves, and you miss it by going to the side, and your lance gets wrapped up in a hammock, and it gets stuck there. And you try to pull it, but it gets it's stuck there. So either you take a whole action your next turn to take it off, or you just let go of your lance. But that's your attack roll. Your lance is stuck on a hammock. Are you doing anything else?
Yeah, I'm out of stuff, so I can't. Yep, that's my turn.
Okay, so now is the creature. The creature, for some reason I closed the turn order, is going to... It will attack you. No, it cannot attack you, Juk. You're too far away. It's gonna attack you, Halser.
Okay, I can actually use stopping power.
You could, yeah. I'm trying to remember if you can do anything else. You cannot. So, yeah. It's only gonna try and attack you. You see the desperation in the creature's eyes. It's out of options, out of anything. And it tries to strike at you and misses. So Zach, what are you doing?
Okay.
Actually,
Like a tired. Oh,
seeing as this happen, the creature is gonna try and run away. So it's gonna run over to the stairs. All of its movement, stopping beside Revrov. Actually, no, it has a lot of movement. Actually,
Isn't Nitria blocking the stairs?
No,
No,
the
wrong
stair,
side.
the stairs access is from the other side. So Halser and Ojuk, the two of you can make an attack of opportunity. Ojuk, you don't have any weapons in your hand, so
So I guess an unarmed, right?
yeah, unarmed strike.
Yep.
Which would be a D4 plus 4. And a 20 plus 4?
So I can use the Great Axe for the attack of opportunity.
Yes,
Yep.
it hit
Oh,
and
okay, then I confirm the.
yeah, it dealt a lot of damage. This creature is nearly dying, and it's trying to run away. It knows it cannot beat you guys, so it's trying its very best to just go. And Ojuk,
19 hits.
it hits. Roll for damage. Actually, you don't roll for damage because unarmed strike is your strength modifier. +1.
No, he's a monk, I think.
No, he's a ranger.
Ranger.
Yeah, just a
okay.
ranger.
Fuck.
So it's a straight strength modifier in this?
Yeah.
Oh, then it's just 4.
Holy shit. Yeah, it takes 5 points of damage because it's your strength modifier +1. Yeah. It uses all of its movement. It's gonna do its bonus action to dash to the upper floor.
By the powers of Goblin.
That
Bonus action
one-
dash.
No, it's over there. So
Yeah.
Since it moves out of range, can I whack it with a stick?
you didn't have a turn yet. So it has ran a lot. Revrov, what are you doing? Actually, no, never mind. Zach, it was your turn.
Ah, fuck. I am very annoyed now. Fucking corners.
Zach,
I'm thinking. Okay, I'm going to do that.
Ooh.
Use my action to dash up the stairs. And then I'm going to cast Compelled Duel on it.
can you dash as a bonus action?
That is a bonus action. That's what I was checking.
Oh, okay.
No. Yeah. Dash is an action, but Compelled Duel is a bonus action.
All right. It makes a
It
what
is a
saving throw?
Wisdom save. One Wisdom save against a 14.
It fails.
Okay. So, failed save. The creature is drawn to me.
Yep. It cannot.
Duration.
It cannot move away from you. Actually, it has to make a save every time it tries to move away from you.
Yep.
So that's all of your turn. And yeah, are you gonna stay there where you are?
Yeah.
Okay. Reverov, you're up next.
Unfortunately, I don't know that this spell was cast or what conditions there are. So I am coming up the stairs. Moving out of the way so other people can actually come up the damn stairs.
Well, I think there's a wall there. I don't know how the stairs work. It looks like a wall.
There are some railings, but there's a lot of holes in the railings, so you can attack them with ranged things. They just have short, soft cover.
Okay.
Okay. And I am using a bonus action to curse this thing.
Okay. It's hex cursed, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then Ball of Death.
All right. It has cover, so it gets a +2 to its AC, but a 19 still hits.
Yep.
And that should be +2 because of curse on the damage.
All right, so 15 points of force damage is more than enough to kill it. It only had 11 hit points left. So as you run up the stairs, Reverov, you just see this creature trying to run, and you extend your hand, and through the cracks of the stairs and the railings, you release a bolt, a blast of eldritch energy that hits the creature square on the face. And Zach, you just see this creature as it looking at you, compelled to duel you. It gets shot to the side of the face and just crumples to the floor right beside you, and it lays down on the floor, unmoving, completely lifeless.
Oof.
I want to get closer and try to identify this thing now.
And since we're out of combat, I want to sit here and try to pick my lance free from this poor goblin's hammock.
And you do that. Ojuk, you manage to get your lance free. You guys are no longer in combat order, so the danger is gone. And as all of you gather around beside this creature that has just fell, I'm trying to look at the book to see what type of test you would do for this creature. Just a second.
I think I know what this is, but I haven't bothered checking.
I out of character know what this is, but I doubt that I know what it is in character.
Yeah, indeed. So, just a second. I almost have it. So, come on, thing, be nice to me. Oh, fuck it. You make a.
Look for the letter B.
Yeah, that's the problem. So make a religion check.
Religion.
Yeah, it's not in this book, it's in another book.
Can I do one too?
Sure.
Fiend, then, I'm supposing?
Yeah. Everyone.
Sure.
Everyone
Oh my god.
can make a check.
This is sad.
Yeah, I
Oh my
wonder.
god.
I wonder if there's something going on with Roll20 on their dices. But
Our skill techs are just killing us today.
10, 6, 3, 3, 4.
so all of you try your best to try and identify what the hell even is this creature, but you really... Most of you have no idea. You, Nitria, however, once again, thanks to your background, you have absolutely no idea what this creature is by seeing it, but you remember stories being told when you were training in your order. You trained to hunt a certain type of things, but other people train to hunt other types of things, and they have told you stories of fiends, infernal creatures from other planes, And this one, if their stories are correct, is a Barghest. An infernal creature that comes to this realm as the form of a newborn goblin, and it grows learning of its true nature, and thus it tries to devour the souls of goblinoids, especially those of a
It's a
high
goblin
ranking.
hag. Good
Indeed.
God.
It tries to devour the souls of high-ranking goblinoids.
I want to cut its head off with my greatsword and suggest we throw the body overboard.
Sure. So
No one
Can I
objects
get a
to
sample
this.
of its blood first?
No one objects.
Sure, I'll give you a vial.
Yay. I have no idea what I'm going to do with Barghest blood, but
My last one, even.
It's full science.
just a second. Once again, I'm looking at the right book. So you try to collect some of the creatures' blood. Is that what you said?
yeah.
All right. Sure. You collect a vial of Barghest blood. It's even though the creature is dead, the blood is still hot, and even when you transfer it to the vial after extracting it, it still feels very hot in your hand. And even when you cork it and put it in your pocket and for a while, it remains hot, and you imagine that the nature of this creature is the cause of that.
Did that manage to cut its head off, Doug?
Yes, you cut the creature's head off, throw the body overboard, and yeah, you're pretty much done with this creature, whatever it was. All the little goblins, they run up to around you to try and see like what the hell is going on. Everyone's very surprised, confused, and not entirely sure of what just went on here.
I want to take its head to Captain Crimson and Mars.
All right. So you go upstairs, find both Captain Crimson and Mars, take the head of the creature, and show it to them. And it would seem that as soon as you show them, as soon as you show it to them, they seem to realize that, hey, this was not one of us, and they all seem to know what it was once you show it its true form. I had heard the tales, but I never thought one would be so close to us and so intent on destroying my life. It would seem this is the second time you saved my skin in such a short period of time.
I don't know if it realized it or not, but I think it was out to destroy all of our lives. Yes, Mars?
I don't have much to offer, being just a captain, but I can at least offer my gratitude in a favor. It would seem that all of you are going to the Adventurers Guild in Redemption. I'm acquainted with the people over there, and I suppose I could help with introductions and make sure that you find a place in there. I didn't want to say anything before, but I have heard many newcomers being barred from joining the guild due to lack of experience or whatever. But I imagine that the 5 of you can handle yourselves pretty well, so I'll make sure that they know it. And other than that, you will forever have my thanks, my utmost gratitude.
Just for curiosity's sake, how many more long rests or days are there in this trip?
Enough that you manage to heal up completely, if that's what you're wondering.
Yes.
Yeah, you do heal up completely. It would take like a couple more days to get over there, at most. So.
And we still have free reign of ship loot at some point.
Well,
Apparently.
to a degree. So, a couple days later, you make your way to the City of Redemption. Finally, arrive in the destination you have been seeking for so long. You are well received. Everyone seems very content with the people on the ship seem very content and nobody lost their lives in this whole attack of this creature, and that you solved the mystery. And the cook himself, eventually he also confesses that, well, not, it doesn't confesses, but he reveals that he indeed felt compelled to betray the captain and try to poison him, and something compelled him to do that through magical means.
Where did he get the poison from?
He does reveal that it just appeared on his kitchen one day. Apparently someone brought it in and left it there and gave him instructions on where to find it, and indeed it was there.
By the way, Nitria is still carrying that. So
The poison?
what do I?
This is fine.
Yeah. So
What
what should I
does?
call that in my inventory?
To be super honest, fuck if I know, because I didn't think you would be keeping it, but I'll figure something out and I'll let you know.
It almost
Target's
sounds like
poison works right now.
I doubt it's Spark's poison.
Well, no, but it's an effective identifier.
It sounds like an alchemical powder made from pudding, black pudding.
I'll just call it poison.
Yeah,
Poison
sure.
powder.
Black
now.
poison.
I'll find it for you, but right now, out of the top of my head, I have absolutely no idea.
Question, Doug. In this shipment that Captain Crimson is bringing, is there any armor? Weapons?
There are things. Depends on what you're looking for.
A breastplate, if he has one.
Fortunately, he does not have a breastplate, but he puts in a word for you in the guild and to get them to give you a discount on whenever you're buying one in the future.
Ah, that's nice.
I could use some studded leather.
Well, he pretty much converts, to a degree, this token that you gave him. This token that he gave you guys. This token that he gave you guys that you didn't quite use because there wasn't really time to use it. He takes it back and starts writing down a letter and gives it to you and says, "Give this to the guild. They should recognize my signature and give you some discount on armor and some other things. At least to get you started. I believe that could help us with our debt. which will never truly be repaid in full, but I imagine that helps somewhat. And if it interests you, Briar, that could be drow poison. It has the same effect, pretty much.
Okay.
But it also should deal damage, so I'll come up with an actual poison and give it to you. But for now, you can just write it as that sort of type of poison. Oh, holy shit! These people are banging so much today.
It's fine. She probably won't use it anytime soon, or if ever, but she's definitely keeping it.
Indeed. So, as you guys arrive in the City of Redemption, Captain Crimson nods at you. Vishkil gives you all a very big thanks for saving his partner's life. The two of them are very content that you guys solved this whole mystery. And on top of that,
With the power of wisdom.
the Minotaur Mars, yeah, indeed. Mars, the Minotaur, he seems very thankful as well that you guys solved the whole thing and without killing anyone. And he comes to you in the last day of the voyage, Ujuk, and says, well, that was quite the sour taste that we left things in, and you were saying that we might never see each other again, but while that might be true, in my heart, I wish it wasn't. If I ever come to redemption again in the future, I hope you don't mind if I look for you. And then, as they let you down in the... Well, you all undock in the City of Redemption, your destination all along. All of you make your way to the Adventurers Guild. Letter in hand, about to get ready to, finally enlist to this whole thing where your destination was all along. And as you get there, you are received by a badger folk sort of dude who just looks you all up and down. Aye, you're here to join the guild, aye? You're not the first greenhorns we see, but I suppose we can find you a place.
Is this who we should give the letter to?
Sure. As you hand him the letter, he picks it up, opens it up, and says, well, you see, we have a lot of recruits coming in, quite a lot of people we turned down, but you got this very good letter here, so I'm gonna do you a very good and take you up to the boss himself, the big man. Maybe he'll have a different opinion. To you, aye. And he closes the letter and beckons you all to follow him. As you all make your way upstairs, well, not upstairs, further into the guild, he knocks on the door and says, "Hey, boss, I have some newcomers here. They came with the Flaming Dragon, and they have a letter of recommendation from the captain himself." And you just hear this very serene voice coming from the inside that just says, "Let them in. I'll deal with them." And the badger, he returns the letter to you guys and says, Well, best of luck to you. And whichever way it goes, welcome to the guild. Hey. He turns and leaves. And you are in front of the office of apparently a high authority figure in this guild. Do you guys enter?
I refuse.
Well-
No, I'm going in.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Alright. So as all of you open the door and enter, you see this office, which isn't too big or too ostentatious. It's pretty simple in a lot of degrees, and you see that the walls are filled with trophies of hunts. Some heads of weird-looking animals, horns and antlers and other such things kind of set up on the walls. And some weapons displayed on the wall, some swords, some bows, and across the room you see this desk, and standing beside the desk, looking over a map, you see this this tiger folk guy with somewhat longish black hair, slicked back. He looks at you all and says, "Okay, so you're the newcomers. I'm really sorry that no one told you before, but we have quite a lot of newcomers, and I hope you don't mind if we end up not accepting you. We just have way too many people already as it is." And as he approaches you, he is already very apologetic in the way that he's, well, not apologetic, but trying to soften the blow of denying you guys entrance. But he seems to stop midway as he notices you all and sees you truly for the first time. Wait a
Hold up
minute.
the letter again.
Come again?
Hold up the letter again.
He looks at all of you, you, Revrov, extending the letter. He picks it up without really taking his eyes out of you, and he seems to have noticed something, and he says, "Wait. You have come across demons, fiends. I sense their smell on you."
We
Yeah.
killed the Barghast. Yes.
That was Tuesday, so yes.
One tried to kill the captain.
All
And we ate goblin food for days.
and all 5 of you killed this fiend.
And mutant rabid on kegs.
Oh yeah, that was fun.
Well, never mind what I was saying. I think you all... It's not every day we see people coming to the guild with experience under their belts. We see a lot of greenhorns and people that barely ever saw combat in their life. People who, at most, killed rats and vermins in their farmhouses, but you have encountered things that most people shouldn't have and never will. I think some introductions are in order. I'm very interested to hear more of your travels. And he extends his hand towards all of you in a greeting of sorts and says, "My name is Anthony. Welcome to the Godslayers Guild." And that is where we're gonna end today's session.
Woo.
We survived!
You survived!
Yay! Do we level again?
Yes, you are all level 3 now.
That'll be
Goodness me.
helpful.
I suppose this is a big checkpoint.
That is what happens when you kill a CR4 monster as well, I guess.
So, Doug, do I roll a d4 or a d5?
Roll a d4. Alright. This is something I would get into the next session anyways, but we'll keep that in mind. I'm not
You can just DM me what result that would be.
I will, and I'll let you guys know what was the meaning and the outcome of that roll next session. So thank you guys so very much for joining and playing, and congratulations, you survived to level 3
And without an healer.
without a healer. Well, ish.
Well, we had doing of heals.
Yeah.
Doesn't help when the half healer hits the ground.
So, do I risk rolling health with how everything has been going today, or do I just take the average?
I always take the average personally, but that's because my shitty rolls are more consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys are gonna risk rolling, but up to you, really.
I am declaring now on screen that I am taking the average, but I want to see what my roll would have been.
Alright.
Damn it.
It would have
Wow.
been good. But nay.
Yeah, I'm curious to see the roll. But I'm gonna take the average.
Okay.
Let's see.
And that was a good choice.
Indeed.
I rolled a hypothetical 3, so I'm happy with my average as well.
Alright. So, we will actually, for you, Briar, and for you, Cobalt, we will need to do that manually, because I don't think Roll20 likes your class as it is.
Yeah, I level up manually, but
Well, yeah, I always do it manually, so.
Well, it's okay. But in any case, we'll check the ins and outs of leveling up later. Most of you, I believe, will get to choose a subclass at this level, so that should be fun.
Yeah.
If you need more help with subclasses, we can talk a little bit later. I'll help you decide subclasses if you need the help. I don't know that you will need or want the help in deciding a subclass, but we can do that later. But for now, I'm gonna go prepare for the next game that will be happening in 3 hours. So today is a double feature D&D day, you guys.
whoop, whoop, whoop.
Wow.
Not your game, just another game for another group. But yeah, thank you guys so very much for taking the time out of your days, waking up a little bit earlier to join me in more D&D shenanigans.
Checks the time, it's 10 p.m. What are you talking about?
Yeah, same here.
Not much.
It's
I could
1
have.
p.m. for me.
Oh, look at you, so early in your days. There wasn't much I could do about all the background noise, unfortunately, but I hope it wasn't too disruptive.
It wasn't too bad.
The internet, however, was. I am not sure what happened, but I'll be checking out the replay to see what I can do about that, or if it's too bad. In any case, thank you guys so very much for playing with me. The people over on Twitch, thank you guys so very much for sticking around and watching some D&D happen. Hope you enjoyed. Team Red surviving level 2, fighting a creature they had no business being near. A Barghest is hacking strong, but I made some alterations to it that so it was a little bit more fair. But anyway, like I said, in 3 hours there will be another game. I hope to see you then. So goodbye, Twitch people. Bye.
And of course, Roll20 has to be funny about literally showing me an image of a Barghast while leveling up.